Okay. Sorry for the wait, guys. It was more exhausting than I had anticipated. That's for sure. Let me do this. Close that. Holding down the viewer count for over here. Another great nothing chapter, huh? Jesus Christ. Speaking of which, let's send people over to Twitch. I wonder if I qualify yet. We've had at least 4 streams with a decent amount of viewers. So, let me check. Let me go to my channel, see what the heck's going on with Twitch side. It should be set. I don't see what the heck's going on. Is this it? No, that's not it. Did you see the chapter? Yes, I did. Wait, a minimum of 3 average viewers on 4 different days. 4 different days? And it says I only have 1. But no way. What? It says I only have 1. What do you mean? What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? How do I only have 1? How do I only have a single day with 3 concurrent viewers? What do you mean? Hi, Faye. Hello. Are you seeing? I already read the chapter. I have an earlier stream where I read the chapter. I already read the chapter. It's just the stream was short. That's just it. The earlier stream was just a little short. That's it. Hello, over? Did we say it was over? I think we said over. Is it over or over? Okay, over. Okay. Over it is. Hello, over. I feel like a kid all over again. Okay, so to me, there's a lot of layers to this chapter that I haven't quite broken down. One of the more immediately interesting ones, and we'll go into what Crumpy said. Crumpy already sent me the stuff. We'll read it shortly. One of the more interesting ones is the cover page. The cover page with Sumi's fucking weird, right? It immediately caught me off guard. I'm like, why is it like so empty and it's just Sumi, right? It doesn't feel as empty when you look at like all this. Like when you look at the Japanese version, it doesn't look so empty. But when you look at the English version, like this isn't there, this isn't there, this isn't there. It's just the title right up here. That's kind of it. So it's to me what this looks like is, well, literally as the title of the stream is, there's still room to grow. And considering the chapter is called Growth, that makes a lot of sense. Whereas here, it looks like Kazuya is in a room that's actually quite small, right? He's literally in a room that's actually quite small. So his perspective is really small. He thinks he's growing. Maybe he isn't, right? And then you have Chizuru, who has this spread where she's literally taking up the room, and as if she's holding herself back, right? She kind of looks like a heart, if you will, and she's literally kind of holding herself together, right? She's like hugging herself. She's holding herself together. So it looks like Chizuru, in contrast to Kazuya, is about to explode from the sheer amount of growth that she has, whereas Kazuya clearly still has a whole lot of room to grow, right? Whereas Kazuya clearly still has a lot of room to grow. Chizuru looks like she's about to explode out of the screen. That Chizuru panel might be one of my favorites. Well, that, good sir, means it's not a waste. I wonder what Chizuru's shirt says. Uni? Oh, like college. But there's a cross? Yeah, there's a cross right there. I can't see the shirt very well. I think it says uni, like college, you know, university. Unit? Oh, maybe unit. That makes some sense. Oh, there's an I. You're right. There's an I. So unit. It says unit. Unit. Why does it say unit? You're right. There is an I. I just saw it. So there's UNI, and then there's the T right here on her boobie. Unit. Interesting. I do. Oh, we're finally. Okay, so this is Chizuru's house. Okay, we actually got a glimpse of it. It's an apartment. it's pretty small, right? This is a pretty small apartment. And I think this is one of the few times we like actually like saw not only saw this place, but actually go into Chizuru's room. Chizuru, the absolute unit, right? It oddly looks a little similar to Kazuya's, but cleaner. It looks a little similar to Kazuya's, but cleaner. In fact, it might actually be a little smaller than his. Oh, but she has an AC and everything. Yeah, this is okay. This is definitely the first time we see her house. Okay, I'm getting distracted. We'll get into the house thing later. I'm getting a little distracted. We'll get. This is too. Dude, this is interesting to me. I like the little details of Chizuru's home. Reishi put a lot of effort into this. I like this. Shut up. Leave me alone. Chizuru's pose is like when she kisses the other knee in Paradise Arc. Yes, it is absolutely similar, 1000%. Except there's another one that I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of two other things. Because that pose that you're referring to is a reference to a different pose. The pose where she kisses her knee is a reference to a different pose. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So what this person's referring to, Truth Rabbit. Interesting name, Truth Rabbit. I don't think I've ever seen you here. Have I not seen you here? Are you new? So what they're referring to is this. Right? Not quite the same as she's like going even further. She not only is she like hugging her leg here, right? Not only is like Chizuru hugging her leg here, she's hugging her other leg. Like it's as if like there's even more she wants to hug, right? And it's very intense. Like you can see like the fucking like look at the way her leg touches the thigh here. You can see her booty coming out of the shorts, dude. Like it's pretty goddamn realistic. And it shows like she's so it conveys a lot of like a desperation to feel like a sense of intimacy, right? It conveys a very deep desperation to feel a lot of intimacy because before she would hug like I was showing you earlier, she would hug one leg, right? Very loosely. Now look at this. That's a deep hug. And we got a bot. Let me ban him real quick. Okay. Gone. Easy peasy. Yeah. So, deep hug, right? And there's this one that's a little more loose, where Chizuru kisses her leg, right? Now, that one that I just showed you, the Chizuru hugging her own leg, is a reference to a different one that began just before the Hawaiians arc. It's a reference to this. It's a reference to this. That's where it's a reference to. So we go from this to that other one to now this. Whole lot of pining happening. Whole lot of pining happening. That's a lot of pining. Girl's a yearner. Girl is a yearner. Holy reference, Batman. I think this even says unit right here. That's funny. Oh, I never did ask what her shirt here says. I wonder if it's the shirt that we saw from... Okay, look at her build here. Look at this absolute unit. Look at her build here. Bro, look at this fucking build. What is this? What is this? That build is hilarious. It's the shirt from the shirt from volume 4 or 45. Shirt from volume 45. Oh, so it is the shirt from volume 45. Okay. And she's apparently being a jerk here. Jack Chizuru. Who's the really buff one here? Who's the really buff one here? Right? Who's actually buff here? Is it Kazuya over here or is it Chizuru? These fake ass muscles. Look at him. Just look. So I didn't realize what he was doing at first, right? So I didn't quite grasp what he was doing at first. He's flexing his pecs. He's not even flexing his fucking abs, dude. He's flexing his pecs. Right? Yeah, I can move my pecs when I work out too. It's not that hard. I can move my pecs when I work out too. It ain't that fucking hard. Because you're working your chest, bro. Of course you can move it. Yeah, I can do this too. Look at that. I can do that too. Ooh. I can fucking do that too. So, like, yeah. No, Kazuya is actually really thin. So, like, if anything, he doesn't actually, like, what was I saying, like, in the very beginning, like, when we read the chapter? He's actually looks really thin here. Like, he's not actually jacked. It's like they're so thin your muscles are showing, which is actually not good. You know? It's actually not good. So I think the overview for title from last chapter probably relates to Kazuya eating after the gym. So, okay, so let's go read what Crumpy said. So Crumpy said, it's an onomatopoeia, and he thinks he saw it. So let's see what he says. I sent him all the pages just to make sure. So he says it's an onomatopoeia, Mori, that comes from Mori Mori, the teaser for this chapter, and he saw it right here. So this is Mori right here. And he says, I would guess it's when Kazuya talks about his muscles, but I can't check. And he says right here, it's the Mori Mori, right? So there's the first Mori when he flexes, right? Because he keeps flexing over and over. He checked all of the pages, and he said, I didn't see any other ones, so it's probably just the onomatopoeia at the start. Thank you for sending the full chapter. I sent him the full fucking chapter in Japanese. Laugh my ass off. You're welcome, bro. Okay, so let's start by reading the translations. So the text right here reads, slowly, little by little, if you keep doing it, the muscles will appear. Exclamation point. Okay. We go here. What this reads, move forward with all the calories, passion you've burned. Move forward. What? And the teaser for next time is rear. Or checking behind. He's so busy looking forward, he's not looking back. What do we see when we look at Kazuya here? We see Kazuya's back, but he sees his front. We're so busy looking at what's in front of us, or the mirror, if you will, that we're not looking at what's behind us. Okay, I think I kind of get it. And this matches perfectly with Sumi, right? Sumi, the only direction she can pace is forward, right? Sumi's direction, the only one she can truly face is forward. She doesn't face back, right? Because when you sit on a bike like this, you can't fucking turn it or anything. You can only face forward. So it's very specific that he has Sumi, you know, pushing forward, fight. Okay. So this chapter, in my opinion, is about constantly moving forward and never stopping to look back. And there's a good part that highlights this. Kazuya never stopped to think about wanting to see the play. Kazuya never stopped to think about wanting to see the play. He never stopped and turned around. He kept moving forward constantly. Right? Even when he didn't get what he wanted, he just kept moving forward. Right? And that while that would seem like a good thing, it's kind of bad. You need to stop. You got to turn the fuck around a little bit. It's not always good to keep, like for instance, let's say you want to grow on YouTube, right? Here's a great example. Let's say you want to grow on YouTube. So you just keep making videos. You just keep streaming. You just keep doing content. Except that nothing's changing. Right? If you just keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, that doesn't mean you're going to improve, right? There's doing the same thing, and like there's a purpose to it. There's a purpose to you like chugging along, right? You stopped and looked back, and you stop and look back occasionally, so you make sure when you keep going, you're not going off the wrong rails, right? You're not going somewhere else. You're actually like doing the thing you claim you want to do. Right, so for me, it's a great example. I do a lot of streams, and unfortunately, there's a reason I'm not growing a whole lot, and it's because I'm just streaming. Right, streaming is good. Streaming is good, but don't follow my formula. If you want to grow on YouTube, do not do what I do. I know I'm doing it wrong. I straight up know I'm doing it wrong, right? The streaming is more so for me to have fun and talk to you guys. That's kind of it. I should do more to grow, and that is true. This is something I definitely got to start working on. But like what I'm trying to highlight to you is what Kazi is doing is just completely missing the fucking point. He's just chugging along constantly. Okay, so let's go to the final page. Okay. Even if you're alternating between optimism and pessimism, these visible results will still continue accumulating little by little. Wait, what? Even if, so this reads right here, even if you're alternating between optimism and pessimism, those visible results will still accumulate little by little. Wait, oh, whoa, no. There's a heart in the end. I think literally like the words it says, this is both positive and negative. I think quite literally like the words that it says, this is both positive and negative, optimism and pessimism. This is both positive and negative. While we see Chizuru, you know, getting her shit together, moving in a very positive direction, right? Like actually pushing herself forward and focusing on the play, right? Get her shit together, focusing. We see the opposite side with Kazuya, right? He keeps chugging along, but again, what did we see? Immediately loses all this growth he thought he gained. It all just disappears, right? And it's negative accumulating rather than positive, right? It's negative accumulation rather than positive, whereas Chizuru is like more of a positive accumulation. Okay. Next time, checking behind. For the chapter title, I don't remember which one. Eddie Man. Yeah, you asked me about the title. I double checked my earlier translations. It's completely different. So there is some connection, but it was not called growth. It was called pecs. It was called the boyfriend and his pecs. That's what the remember. So what I'm referring to for anyone who's new, is this. It's 410, right? It's 410. So it's right here. It says the boyfriend and his guilt, but if you go to the title page, it says the boyfriend and his pecs. The boyfriend and his guilt is the correct translation, right? So the chapter is called the boyfriend and his guilt. This is the correct translation. Right here, it's called the boyfriend and his pecs, right? So the title of the chapter is called the boyfriend and his pecs. We thought when we were initially reading the chapter is like, oh, maybe this is the chapter that this was referring to, but that's not what this chapter is called. It's called growth. So yeah. However, there is some connection in Kazuya specifically flexing his pecs. There is some connection in Kazuya specifically flexing his pecs in this chapter. Like in the opening page, he's literally flexing his pecs, right? So there is some light connection, but that's not what the chapter is about. Okay, so yeah, there you go. Yeah, I looked it up and I like found the old chapter. Oh, okay. I need some water or tea or something. I'm fucking cooked, dude. I'm more tired than I thought. Oh, so for tomorrow, I'm probably not doing a Rent a Girlfriend stream. I think I'll save that for Thursday. Tomorrow, I'm gonna try to finish. So I just realized we started like 2 other games besides Final Fantasy VII that we did not finish. So I want to finish those first. We started Resident Evil 1, like original, which is ironically one of my favorite Resident Evils. I'm gonna finish that first. Then I'm gonna finish Kingdom Hearts 2, which we also started. And then I'll get to Final Fantasy VII, and then Remake, and then Rebirth, and then Crisis Core. Yeah. So unfortunately, that's what we got to do first. Well, unfortunately, in that regard, that like we skipped these games. I don't think they deserve that. I want to beat those games properly, like fairly and squarely. But yeah. So tomorrow I'm probably gonna play Resident Evil. I think it's a good idea too, like just for us in general. I think if we jump straight into the chapter next, like tomorrow, we might have like more of a closed mind about it. So if we just take our time and like get into it freely and more comfortably, that being like I give myself a day to relax and then we go back to it. I think that's a good idea. So I'm gonna try to in the future. I'm gonna try to take Wednesday just to game. Right. I'm trying to try using Wednesday just to game, just to relax, unwind a little bit, and then Thursday we switch back to proper analysis. Because today I'm gonna do like a full stream. I'm not gonna go 8 hours. I think 8 hours is a bit excessive. I get really tired after like just 5 hours. So for now, I'll just do yeah, like maybe 5 hours. My mom's at work. She's still not feeling great. She might come home a little early today, so I'm gonna see what she's like. And then I'll decide where to go from there. Okay? So if I at some point cut it early, which I don't think I have to, you'll know why. Okay, so let me read some of the things people wrote, and we'll go from there. I guess she watches her stuff to review. It's like her version of exercise. No, I mean, I do that. When I first started YouTube, and to be honest, I still should keep doing this so I can like review and know where everything is. Here's a pro tip. You want to get better at people speaking or YouTube or any of that stuff, be comfortable watching yourself. So like now I don't mind, like when I'm editing my videos, I don't mind watching myself. Get fucking used to it. You want to get good at this shit? Get fucking used to it. Right? That's how you're going to learn. Right? Get comfortable watching yourself. Because I can do that. Like I can sit down and listen to all the stupid shit I say. I say a lot of stupid shit in these streams, dude. I probably said something stupid in the beginning of last stream. Here, let's go there. Right? I probably complimented Kazuya because I'm just like, yeah, Reiji's right. And then I stopped and thought about it for 2 fucking seconds. And I'm like, oh yeah, Kazuya like worked out for like 2 fucking weeks. How the fuck did he think he would lose weight? Except I thought to myself, like just to give you like brain work. Just to give you like an understanding of this, when I first started working out, I would do the same exact thing. I would do this shit. I would do this exact shit, and I would feel so fucking proud of myself, thinking I achieved something fucking amazing, right? I told you, I did the same thing as him. I tried working out for my girlfriend, and I did keep working out for like 6 months, and I lost a lot of weight, and I built a lot of stamina, and then it all fucking disappeared because I didn't really give a shit about it, right? It's the same thing, right? You're gonna start working out and you're proud of yourself for the span of like 2 weeks. And you look at yourself in the mirror and like, yeah, I'm so fucking jacked. Oh, I look so good. And the moment your motivation disappears, you don't care. You don't care anymore, right? The moment your motivation just blips out of existence, you don't care anymore, and you're gonna lose all that shit, right? So it's literally so when I started like the stream from earlier today. When I was watching this part, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Wow, he's jacked. You could see like my surprise. Like here, let's pull myself up. Let's pull my stupid self up. I was genuinely like surprised at first. I'm like, what the fuck? And luckily, the fucking the reaction's really short, which kind of helps. It kind of helps that my reaction's really short. Alrighty. There we go. Look at my stupid self. Look at me. Look at how dumb he looks. Look at this fucking idiot. He looks so stupid. Look at this absolute unit of a man. He looks so dumb. Oh. 1 sec. It's like playing another thing. I was wondering what the fuck it was playing. Here, let's listen to my like absolute surprise. Just listen to my absolute surprise. Wait, wasn't this the name of a different chapter? Listen to this idiot. We just proved I was wrong. Listen to this idiot. He's so fucking stupid. Wait. Whoa. Oh, he's literally getting growth. Oh. See, look at me. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, what? How the fuck is he ripped already? Not half bad. Huh. I guess if you don't have a lot of muscle, that makes some sense. If you're really thin, right? If you're really thin, what happens? Right? if you're really thin, what tends to happen? When you don't have a lot of muscle and you work out a little bit, what happens? You look like you're fucking buff. Right? You go work out for 2 seconds, your muscle underneath, like literally, like they're like so easily visible, just start popping up. You start thinking you're fucking buff because you did like 2 exercises. I guess if you don't have a lot of muscle at all, but you're really thin, that makes some sense. It makes some sense to get that kind of build. If you don't have any muscle at all, and you like run in the morning and then you work out. And then look at me trying to excuse this. Look at me trying to excuse this, trying to give myself some fucking excuses. Yeah, no, that makes some sense. He could get that build. That makes some sense. He could get that build. Look at me giving this guy some fucking excuses. Look at me giving this man some excuses. Yeah, that makes some sense. You know, I'm trying to like reason it in my head, and I'm like, no, that's fucking stupid. This fucking stupid. And then the chapter tells me it's stupid, and I felt so validated, right? When the chapter like told me in the very end, no, this is fucking stupid, I felt so validated. I'm like, oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Okay, that was fucking stupid, right? Like, look at my reaction when we see Kazuya in the very end. Right? Look at my reaction when we see Kazuya in the fucking end. It's so good. I immediately put 2 and 2 together. You're reacting to your own stream. No, I'm trying to prove a point. We were talking about something a little earlier. I'm just proving a point. Yes. Okay, thanks. And it all disappears. Look at me. I'm like, oh, I'm so smart. All of it was nothing but tinted glasses. It's almost like he gained no muscles at all. You want to look at how proud I am of myself? I'm like, yes, I'm so fucking smart. Yes, I'm so fucking smart. I'm so fucking smart. I'm like spelling out my like thought process for you guys. I'm so fucking smart. Yes. Okay. I put timestamps on Fate reading my comments, lol, if you think what he's doing is vain. How is this vain? I'm like shitting on myself. How is this vain? I'm literally shitting on myself to my audience. I am giving you fools ammunition. How is this vain? I literally shat on myself in front of y'all. I'm like, look at this stupid fucking idiot. And it's literally me. Okay. Okay, let me finish reading the comments. I smiled too much. Now my face stinks. She's facing forward, but she's stuck in place too. Well, Kazuya is literally moving. You know, Kazuya is literally moving, whereas Chizuru is sitting. And they're kind of like the inverses of what they're doing. Right? Kazuya moves, but he's not actually walking forward. Chizuru sits, but she's moving forward. They're kind of like inverses. I meant Sumi. Oh, I see. Makes sense. Yeah. So Sumi isn't really moving forward. Correct. Right? And what does Prokun say about the back? It's also deeply connected. Prokun? Who, me? Who's Prokun? Me? I'm not a pro. I guess she watches her stuff to review. It's like a version of exercise. No. Fishkun? Does Fishkun say something about the back? Compared to me, your back muscles need work. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Right? Your back muscles need work, Kazuya. I actually got to work on my back more. Yeah, the things I'm trying to work on is like my core, my upper back, and then my lower back. The reason being is because I have a bit of a posture issue, but it's like not like serious. It's just it's because like when I edit, like when I here this is how I sit when I edit. So like, you know, I lean like this. I'll lean forward like this. So there's a bit of a slouch on my neck. So I'm supposed to be sitting like this. You know, that's how I'm supposed to sit. So I'm trying to just fix that so I don't fucking slouch like this. Okay. What is he doing? Fucking swirlies on his head? Woo! Okay, I'm almost done with Twitch chat, and I'll switch to YouTube chat. They're complimenting each other. That's great. Okay, all caught up to Twitch chat. Let me read YouTube. Read this. The room is a mirror of Chizuru's life. Oh. You mean Chizuru's room. The room is a mirror of Chizuru's life. Okay. The script is in the center as she dedicates all her effort into working, and her thoughts and her love life is in this trash besides her. Okay. You were right on the first one, and then the second one's just dumb. You don't even see the trash. It's like so far away, you don't fucking see it. What do you mean? Is there another shot where we see the trash more clearly? No. Okay. You had a great start, and then your bias kicked in. You had a great fucking start, and then your bias kicked in. I was actually impressed. Like, straight up, I'm like, yes, that's a good analysis, right? The pages in the center, her room is organized. It's literally the complete opposite of Kazuya's. It reflects her life. It reflects her lifestyle. I was agreeing with that, and then you said that. I'm like, damn, bro. You just randomly singled out the trash that gets absolutely no fucking focus in the goddamn chapter, and you're just like, you know what? I'm gonna make that reflect her love life, bro. You had me in the first half. I was into it. I was like, yes, he cooking. He had something good, and then he said something fucking stupid. Goddamn, bro. There's got to be like something else that represents the messiness of her heart, and that's probably just her. That's like literally the external room does not reflect the internal chaos, whereas Kazuya is the opposite. Kazuya, his room is a complete fucking mess, and it doesn't reflect the order inside. He has a sense of order on the inside, that being his feelings. Her feelings internally are messy. His feelings externally are, her feelings internally are messy. His external shit. I lost my train of thought. Her feelings internally are messy. His feelings internally are ordered. There we go. But there sometimes can be order and chaos. Yeah. Even Chizuru's room is even the way like that Chizuru is like here. This is so interesting too. The panel structure with Chizuru is very, very organized. Did you notice that? 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. The only disorganization occurs when it comes to Ruka. But she remains organized. However, you know what isn't organized? You want to know what isn't organized with Chizuru, which is really interesting? While the panels themselves are organized, there is so much going on in Chizuru's room. It's like very... It's like how Reiji draws it. The way Reiji draws Chizuru's room is very chaotic. And it's very strange. Like, look at this. This is organized, but the way it's drawn feels chaotic. The way you're presented this information feels chaotic. The way you look at Chizuru's home here even feels chaotic. You even see the fucking lights, right? Or sorry, the power lines, right? We're seeing the power lines again. Again, the sky is literally cut off. There is this order to Chizuru's room, but there's this underlying chaos underneath it all. Right? Despite all this order, there's like this weird chaos underneath it. Even the way Chizuru herself is drawn, there's a kind of chaos to it. And I think that's really interesting. You know? Like, everything is like following a very set pattern, and yet it's so chaotic, it's interesting. Whereas Kazuya's life, when you go to Kazuya's life, right? There seems to be a kind of order to it, right? This makes sense. He's spinning around like a fucking weirdo, right? But there's an order to this chaos. Chizuru is kind of the opposite, right? Chizuru is order, but it's so organized, it's chaotic. Right? With Chizuru, it's so organized, it's chaotic. With Kazuya, it's so chaotic, it's organized. Oh my god, did he even end up going to the same place he went to with Minnie to eat? Wait, oh my god, he's eating he went to work out and then he went to eat ramen. Literally, verbatim, the same thing that happened with Minnie. What did Minnie do? She was trying to show off her assets by working out. She dresses specifically to appear attractive. She even says so. She takes a selfie. He looks at himself in the mirror. It fucking clicks. And then right after, what do? They go and eat ramen. Here's Kazuya going to eat ramen right after working out. She even looks like a villain. Ooh, I wonder what this says. She even looks like a villain. Damn, is she actually playing the villain role? That would be so good. That would be such a choice. Actually, amazing fucking choice. What a good idea. What a good idea, right? Chizuru knows how to play the villain. She has not been playing the villain, right? Chizuru can play the villain. And then in her literally playing the villain, you start to see how kind of a person she actually is, right? When she actually literally plays the villain in a story, then you start to see how good of a person she actually is. However, this could create something really, really interesting. What do people tend to do? And again, this is all conjecture based on the fact that she might be playing a villain. The only reason I say this is because of what we see in the play where she says something you're really mean, right? You know, that dull dress really suits you. That's a pretty fucking mean thing to say, right? So this gives me the impression Chizuru's playing a villain. Okay, if Chizuru's playing a villain, right? If Chizuru's playing a villain, do you know how this could do a lot of things well? One, it contrasts Mami, it contrasts Ruka, it contrasts the characters who have literally been playing villains. But it does something for Kazuya and Minnie too, where they keep seeing her as a villain, and then they see her play a villain, and they're like, wait, this is so completely different from how I know Chizuru. And then they're like, oh, I kept thinking she was a bad person, but she wasn't. Or they could interpret it the wrong way, where it acts as confirmation bias that she is a villain. This plays into a third layer. You know how when people will watch movies, and there's a character that just fucking sucks. There's just a character in the movie who's just terrible. They're just a bad fucking person, right? Like, the character is literally written to be hated. They're such a fucking asshole, you can't help but hate them. And what do audiences tend to do when they're really fucking stupid? They take the character and they put it on the actor. They take the character and they put it on the actor. Oh, because the character's evil and I associate their image with this actor, therefore, this actor is evil. Right? Your brain does that stupid shit. Your brain does that stupid shit. And I could definitely see people doing that to Chizuru, right? Because they'll be like, oh, here's these things that will confirm my negative confirmation bias of her character. Right? Because she plays a specific role. In fact, have the readers, the LARPers and grifters not been doing this already? Because Chizuru happens to work a rental girlfriend job and people attribute that to bad things or people using their beauty for negative reasons, they immediately attribute that to Chizuru rejecting Kazuya and therefore she's a bad person. What did we say? Right? There's even more to this. Right? So Chizuru's play is called First Venus. Right? Chizuru's play is called Verse Venus. And what did we say this little notebook Chizuru had reads? Right, you guys can't see it. What did this say? The good man and the bad woman. The play is literally about perception. Now, maybe Chizuru's character is not actually a bad person in the play. Maybe that's part of it too. Maybe Chizuru's character is not actually a bad person in the play. It's all about perception, right? And she turns out to be the good person. Right? Even though she's saying something mean, she turns out to be a good person or something was wrong. This could again play into that element of perception, right? So our immediate perception of the character is that it's negative, right? Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's something else. So there's a lot of things already being hinted at with this play that are really interesting. The fact that Kazuya can't see the play is even more interesting to me. Motherfucker can't see the play. Like, she might give him a ticket, but so far he can't see the play. And I think that's really interesting. Anyways, to me, this is setting up Kazuya is at a reasonable high right now, and he will be plummeted down to earth because he is going to fail his final driving test because he's not focused and he's hitting something. No, that's overkill. I think it's more of going to be an accumulation of things. You're saying there's one thing. I think what Reiji's writing is an accumulation, right? So a bunch of things are going to add up, and all those things together is going to create a problem. Not just one particular thing. This makes a lot of sense because that's literally what they're saying in the cover and in the ending. Right? So in the ending, in the opening page, right here, it says, slowly, little by little, if you keep at it, the muscles will appear. Right? Here with Sumi, it says, move forward with all these calories, passions you've burned. Okay? Then you get to the final page, and it says, even if you're alternating between optimism and pessimism, those visible results will still accumulate little by little, right? Those results are just going to keep popping up. It's just going to keep happening. And that could be positive or negative. Damn it, I won't give up. I've only looked buff right after the workout. I will not give up, right? I'm not going to give up. I'm going to get those muscles, right? I'm going to get those muscles. Okay. Toxic perseverance is a hidden theme in this chapter and Kazuya's character. There's a difference to never giving up and indulging in compulsion. I don't know about this as indulging in compulsion. Scrawny. Bro, you can fucking see his rib cage. That's crazy. You can feel mine. Right? I've lost some of my muscle, so you can definitely feel mine, but you can't see it. I have a tendency of not finishing what I start. I write screenplays for fun. Never finished one. Damn. Okay. Where were we? Kazuya right now is Icarus. His final driving test will be what makes him fly too close to the sun and plummet. No. So my bet, Kazuya has a lot of energy right now. He has a lot of passion. He has a lot of emotion. Kazuya's driving element of his character is emotion, right? He's a very emotionally driven character. It makes more sense rather than we hit like a kind of low, we reach a more jaded point. And there's a lot of evidence for this, right? I think 426, I believe, is a good example of this evidence. 426, I believe, is a good example of this evidence because, again, Kazuya is a very emotionally driven character. And here is Kazuya being very driven by his emotions. And where do these emotions lead? Emptiness. He just looks disappointedly empty. Right? He just looks very disappointedly empty by the end. I think that's where this is all leading. Disappointing emptiness. He's just going to feel empty by the end. That's to me how I'm reading this, right? He's doing all this work. He's so emotionally driven by all of this. He's looking for that emotional reward, and all of it is not going to matter. He's going to feel empty by the end, right? Because that's kind of what Reiji is talking about. Remember, what did Reiji say in one of his recent interviews? The interview that people took out of context in their stupidity, right? What did Reiji say in one of his recent interviews? The rental girlfriend job is new, and at the same time, it stands as a symbol of modern society. Today, we have so much social media, and the more connections you have through it, the thinner and shallower they become. The thinner and shallower they become. So much of Kazuya's connections, it seems to be deeply rooted in social media. So naturally, he's becoming shallower and thinner, literally losing the thing that drives him. In a society like that, Kazuya wants a relationship with one single woman. There's something heroic, almost charismatic about that attitude, and I find it really cool. Someone who holds on to one thing like that, that's exactly why I made him my protagonist. And yet, what are we seeing? It's as if he's literally losing that thing. What would happen to Kazuya if he tried to hold on to one thing so badly he might possibly lose it? He becomes jaded, empty. Kind of starts to fizzle out, feel like he's not really there. Right? This isn't the same Kazuya. He's becoming a totally different person. Okay. Where were we? Kazuya will get an exclamation mark on the 11th, aka the red herring. See, I don't know about that, because Chizzer just said, yeah, fuck it, let's roll. That's why I'm not sure about that. Chizzer just said, yeah, let's ball. Okay, thanks. Right? I was thinking of taking your mother farm. Okay, thanks. Now, granted, this is pretty fucking empty. Okay, just so curt and empty. Right? It's so fucking curt and empty. Right? And yet, something isn't right here. I think people are missing the plot. You know, we're so busy looking at July 11th not being a thing, we're missing what July 11th could be. Right? We're so busy thinking July 11th won't happen, we're missing what it could be. And I think that's going to be important, right? So I do think Kazuya is going to get to the point where he gets his license test, you know? But I think there could be a point where he just doesn't fucking care. He just doesn't give a shit. Something is going to happen that's going to push him to a point where he just does not give a shit. That is the most important aspect of Kazuya's character. Giving a shit. He gives a shit. He cares. What if you get Kazuya to a point where he just doesn't fucking care? That, to me, would be like the ultimate destruction of Kazuya's character and the prime moment to rebuild him, right? One day we will get a RE2 remake randomizer. I mean, I do have it. I bought Resident Evil 2 Remake. I have it on PC. I could probably set up the randomizer. I would just need to take some time to stream. You know, I just got to make more time to stream video games. Okay. How long has Kazuya been working out? Like 3 weeks or something? That's a good question. Let's find out. That is a good question. Did it start in 410? I think it started in 410. I started working out. What was the date here? So it's the 23rd in the manga right now. What's the date here? He started in 410. Okay. Maybe we can get a date in 4-9 or 4-11. So 4-9 is his talk with Umi. This would have probably been the day before. Not seeing a lot. Okay, that's weird. Maybe 408. Ruka is there in 408. 17. Nothing here. 407 maybe? Ruka does look at her phone here. Ruka does look at her phone here. Damn, no date. Time. Ugh, there's no date. Fuck. Okay, 411 is probably our next best bet. Mini puts him on blast. I don't know. He started in 410. Maybe 412 also. Oh, wait, we do see Mini meeting up with Chizuru. There's probably a time on here. Let's just assume this was a day before. The 7th. So Kazuya started on the 6th. It's the 23rd right now in the manga. So he's been working out for 27 days. Really? But no, not necessarily. He's not necessarily working every single day. No, actually, I'm miscounting. What am I doing? I think I'm miscounting. No, it's 20. No, 27. What the fuck am I saying? No, it's not 27. What the fuck? God, I can't count. I'm so stupid. No, it's probably like 17. There we go. 17 makes more sense. 17 days. I like took it. I took one of the numbers out. It's 17. He's working 17 days. So a little over 2 weeks. 17 days. There we go. I put the wrong number. I put the right number with the wrong number. Leave me alone. It's 17. I counted it stupid, okay? I counted it. It's 17. I can count, I promise. I can count, I promise. Damn it, Jojo. No, now they're going to think you told me. Now you're going to think you told me. No. Wait, no one can see Twitch chat. It's fine. You guys aren't checking there. Wait, it's fine. You guys aren't checking there. So yeah, he's roughly worked 17 days, and that's if he worked every single day, which I doubt. I kind of doubt he was working out every day. I really doubt he was working out every day. I think he was working out a decent amount, but I don't think he was working out every day. So if we're generous, so it's 14 weeks. Let's say he worked, if we're being generous, he worked 4 times a week. Right? So 4, and then we'll give him one more. So he worked out 9 times. That's if we're being generous. He worked out 9 times. That's still not really much. It takes at least like 2 months, maybe, to properly build muscles. Like, cause it, okay, I recall it takes about 22 days for a habit to start setting in and 64 for it to become like a natural thing. Right? How long? Yeah, 21 days to build a habit and like 60 something. Like either 21 or 22 days to build a habit and like 60 to set it in motion or 64 to set it in motion, something like that. Yeah. So Kazuya hasn't even gotten to 21 days yet. It's not even a habit yet. Ruka's definitely going to derail everything. What if she doesn't? Oh, motherfucker. Oh, Reiji, you son of a gun. Oh, Reiji, you son of a gun. I see what you're doing. Ruka may call. Ruka may not call. But you know what it reminds me of? I'm going to zoom in. It reminds me of this. Look at Chizuru lightly touching that. Right? Ruka, a character who often appears very certain, right? She seems very, like, sure of her choices. Doesn't seem so sure here. However, this is definitely going to start in the next chapter. This is definitely going to start in the... So Chizuru is becoming Ruka, and Ruka's kind of becoming Chizuru. The roles are reversing. That's a sticker made by Reiji. It's not a sticker, it's a stand. Or sorry, it's an acrylic stand. So it's an acrylic stand. And yes, it's from Reiji's event. Not event. He went to Comiket. So he went to Comiket and he sold these. And you could actually purchase these. There was a place you could purchase these. Like, I purchased these legally. So I did not get this from resale. I purchased, so I have 4 of them. Or actually 5 over here. Right. So this is from Kana. I also purchased it legally. And these 4 are from Reiji's event. Or sorry, when he went to Comiket. I also purchased these legally. Right. So I did not... So most of the stuff I have, I get from resale. But these are some of the few that I don't get from resale. Because the authors or the people who are making them just happen to have the international shipping. So I'm like, hell yeah. I try to get as much as I can, like, from legal channels, just so I can support them. I even try to do it with video games. Like, it's really hard, but I try to do it with video games. Like, right now, I really don't want to fucking support Sony, so I'm trying my best not to buy digital games, but physical games are expensive. Dude, physical games are expensive. Nintendo games in particular are a fucking nightmare. Like, Jesus, nothing drops. Smash Brothers came out, like... When did Smash Brothers come out? It came out, like... When did Ultimate come out? It came out in 2018. It is almost 10 years. Sorry. There's still 2 more years. It has been 8 years since Smash Brothers came out. And this game still costs $60. It is 8 fucking years since this stupid game came out, and it still costs $60. Nintendo prices are stupid. Anyways, this reminds me a lot, like, this entire sequence reminds me a lot of when Ruka came over to Kazuya's house and sexually assaulted him. Right? So, but this time nothing happened, which is weird, right? It looks like she's about to voice call Chizuru and nothing happens. And it seems like it's the same day. And she doesn't call her, right? When we get to this chapter, she doesn't call her. That's strange. That's a little weird, right? We get to this chapter, Ruka never seems to call her, right? Chizuru, it's clearly the same time. This is clearly the same day, right? 17:25, right? Chizuru goes on to focus. Maybe Ruka's going to call next chapter, right? It's totally possible. It's totally possible. Because, like, let me double check the... Actually, no, wait. Yeah, we were like... Oh, I remember what... Oh, I see what Rishi did. Okay. So this is what confused me. $3.99 introduces Mommy. We think Mommy's going to be the big bad. Reishi pulls a fast one, flips it over, turns out it's Ruka. We get to Ruka this time. Chizuru calls her in 4:29. She doesn't answer. You think Ruka is going to call her in 4:30, but then you get to 4:41 and she didn't answer. Right? And this is mostly interesting because when does Ruka start her shenanigans? 4:03. 4:03 is where her shenanigans start. And what was last week's chapter? 4:30. So, it's totally possible. Seems like things might start soon. Yeah, I think next chapter things are going to start. The chapter's weird. Like, it's just like when it takes place, it's fascinating. I think that's what makes this chapter so interesting. It's like when it takes place. So, yes, it literally takes place during 4:30. It literally takes place during 4:30, except now instead of us seeing Ruka and Chizuru, we see Kazuya. And we switch to Chizuru just before Ruka apparently calls her. So I think what Reiji is setting up is like, hey, look at these characters literally feeling like they're ready, they're focusing, they got their shit together, and then Ruka calls. And then Ruka calls. That makes some sense. Chizuru got a new apartment? Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. Chizuru's glasses in the closet of Chizuru's signs of messiness. I could see that. Chizuru's glasses being the sign of her messiness makes more sense because she looks so callous here. Right? And this is also Chizuru's position that she sits in a lot. Right? Chizuru's glasses are the things that actually reflect more of her callousness. I can agree to that. Right? The messiness of her character. That I can agree to. Past 2 chapters has many influence undertone. This chapter, it's more so present in what Kazuya does. I wonder if there's an aspect to many with Chizuru. I didn't check that yet. What's the name of Chizuru's play? I thought Kazuya mentioned the name of the play in the chapter. So the play's name is First Venus. So you see her notebook here. Right, when do you pan to her notebook? It's like right. Yeah, it's right here. It says First Venus. It's a little hard to read, I know, but it says First Venus. It's always said First Venus. It's not Cats. Cats was more of an assumption. Cats was more of an assumption on my part. It looked like Cats because of the practice Chizuru was doing. Oh, maybe Chizuru will understand mommy by playing a villain. Fair, right? Especially if she views her mom as a villain too. She is playing the role of what the haters think about her. She is the Mizuhara Kazuya has in his mind, the shallow, hateful, sneaky, horrible woman. Except that's not how Kazuya views her in his mind. No. The image Kazuya has of Chizuru in his mind is inconsistent. The image Kazuya has in his mind of Mizuhara is just inconsistent. It's not shallow, sneaky, horrible, or any of those things. 1 minute, Mizuhara is accepting. The next minute, Mizuhara is very dismissive and uncaring. The next minute, she thinks he's hot, right? Which reflects like shallowness of her, right? The third, she's playing him, so she's a horrible woman. So it alternates, right? Rather, what Mizuhara represents is a generalization. So Mizuhara in Kazuya's mind is a generalization based on half-truths baked up by society about women. That's what Mizuhara is. Mizuhara is literally a representation of the public perception. That is what Mizuhara is. Because what is Mizuhara? The role Chizuru plays for everyone else. Therefore, it is a representation of everyone else. So naturally, every time Kazuya thinks of Mizuhara is an accumulation of every single other thing. Positive attributes of a woman, negative attributes of a woman, half-truths about women, lies about women. The list goes on and on and on. That's not what Mizuhara is. Mizuhara is just the mask. The mask people put on women to come up to conclusions about them. Much like the mask people put on men to come to conclusions about men. How Kazuya appears is that mask. Kazuya's character is the mask people put on men to justify hating them. Mizuhara's mask is or liking them, right? And or liking them. Mizuhara is the same way. The mask people put on women to justify either liking them or hating them. Genuinely, Kazuya wouldn't message Chizuru if he didn't just work out before, I believe. Not necessarily. No. I think he just got that epiphany of, oh fuck, I didn't think about her play. Oh fuck, I didn't do this. He just had an epiphany moment. Right? Oh shit, I didn't think about this at all. I'm a fucking idiot. That kind of moment. That has nothing to do with working out. That just comes to you. I've had those moments where I'm just fucking doing something and it just comes to me and I'm like, oh, I'm a dumbass. Now, there's something that if Chizuru got ridiculously depressed because she got harassed for her performance, was that really convincing? And that postpones July 11th? No. No. Sorry, that just seems lame. That also just goes against Chizuru's character. It also just really goes against Chizuru's character. She's worked a job where people have said horrible things about her constantly. She doesn't care about that. What she cares about is the people around her who really matter to her. She would only ever really, like, say no to July 11th if, say, Kazuya didn't like her or something. So she was afraid to confront him. And even then, Chizuru faces pain head on. You know, that just, like, your description here just doesn't sound like Chizuru. It sounds like someone like Ruka. It sounds like someone like Mami. That's, to me, is more so what you feels like you're describing to me. You know, I could see some element of that happening. For instance, let's say Chizuru, you know, because the play is received poorly, Kazuya may not like it. So she's afraid to meet him, thinking, oh, what if he doesn't like my play and my performance? I failed. I'm a failure. Rather than depressed. See what I mean? That makes more sense than the general description of Chizuru got depressed because people were mean to her. But if you give nuance to your description, that's what I mean. Guys, if you ever write theories, be more descriptive than character gets depressed or this or that. It's like saying, it's like when you look at your laziness and you just describe it as lazy. That's not going to work. You want to change your laziness, don't describe it as lazy. Look at why you're lazy. Why are you acting this way? Where does that come from? Because when you give an easy descriptor, it makes it easier for you to not do anything about it. But if you actually try, then you can understand. Bro, you single-handedly paid college for Reishi's kids. Doubt. Heavily doubt, bro. Heavily doubt. Most of the shit I get from Reiji, like, would barely cover a semester. Like, these things are pretty cheap. Most of my payment goes to shipment. Shipment's way more expensive. The other thing I bought is from Kana, so I paid Kana, I didn't pay Reiji. If we're talking about Blu-rays, part of the Blu-ray money they get goes to Reiji, part of the Blu-ray money goes to the company, and some of it might even go to the animators. So that's not even necessarily accurate. So I don't think Reiji's getting as much as you think he is from me, you know? Like the acrylic stands I bought absolutely mostly went to him. But it probably also went to some of his staff, you know, because he pays his staff too. So it's not just going to him. If we're talking about mangas, the manga only costs like $5. Like a volume of the manga in Japan costs like $3 to $5. It's really cheap. Like dirt cheap. Okay? So he's not getting a whole lot out of that. So I'm not like, I have a lot of stuff, but understand a lot of it is like resale. A lot of it is like stuff that doesn't cost that much initially. Some of it is like the money is split and is sent to multiple people. The biggest thing I will say that you're probably right, I spent a decent amount of money on, was the crowdfunding. Except that also did not go to Reiji. That went to actually building the place up and making the things that they ultimately sent me. So that money didn't really go to Reiji. He even like read a whole thing telling us where the money went. He put more work into it than fucking politicians put into my taxes. Like it was he was that goddamn thorough. You know, politicians just take your fucking taxes and just fucking spend it on killing people. This man was just like, here, I used your money for this and that and this and that, and here's your reward, and I spent your money on this too. So I'm actually not giving him as much money as you think. That's why I'm trying to support artists more. You know, that's why I try to buy stuff from here more. As much as I don't like sometimes how K-manga handles things like censorship and stuff, this money goes to Reiji, and I'm fine with that. You know, I try to pay what little pennies I can, because I'm not giving him as much as you think, you know. I'm just trying to be supportive. That and get something I like. That and get something I like, because I like this shit, you know. But yeah, unfortunately, most of the stuff I get ends up being resale. A lot of the actual stuff I want, it's not always accessible and I can buy it myself. I think this arc is even more nihilistic than Hawaiians. The core message is that all efforts are pointless. No, that's not the message. It's not all effort is pointless. I disagree with that. Effort is not pointless. It's when you waste your effort on the wrong things. Effort is not pointless. This arc is about wasting your effort on the wrong things. That's what this arc is about. Right? The character, it's not that their effort is pointless. It is making an impact on something, just not the thing that they want. Every single action that you take has an impact and a consequence. Everything, no matter how small, it impacted something, whether you realize it or not. This story shows that. Their effort is not pointless. They're just putting effort into the wrong things. Whether it be Ruka, whether it be Mami, whether it be Kazuya, whether it be Chizuru. They're putting their effort into the wrong things. And in so doing, causing a lot of their own problems. This arc is not about the pointlessness of effort. It is about rather how you're putting your effort into the wrong things, and in so doing, not achieving your goal. I also want to counter one particular statement I don't like here. Hawaiians is not nihilistic. In fact, it's incredibly hopeful. Hawaiians is incredibly hopeful. It is not nihilistic. However, I do have to clarify, it is an arc that shows you absolute fucking nihilism. Specifically to counter that with optimism. Because literally the theme of Hawaiians, if I had to sum it up, in like a sentence, even if everything sucks, love anyway. That is like Hawaiians in a nutshell. Even if everything fucking sucks, love anyway. I think I wrote something about this. Let me see if I can pull it up. I swear I wrote this somewhere. Hawaiians arc. No, not this. I never wrote this post. I'm such a bitch. I never wrote this post. I'm such a little bitch. Where is it? Where is it? Maybe I just write Hawaiians. Oh, what if I misspelled it? I never even considered that. That would suck. There we go. I believe the core message of Hawaiians is that kindness is never hopeless. Niceness is. When you're nice, you do it because you feel bad or you don't want to see or you don't want to say what needs to be said. It's for you. Kindness is when you're true to yourself even if it's a lie. Kindness is never hopeless. I think kindness and love are never hopeless. I think that's kind of the message of Hawaiians, right? Kindness and love are never hopeless, right? Especially because of how the arc makes you feel very hopeless, right? Like that's what I mean when I say Hawaiians is not a nihilistic arc. It is an arc that presents you with so much nihilism and tells you to hope anyway. You know, it literally shows you everything fucking sucks. Right? Isn't that literally what you feel reading Hawaiians? Isn't that the way people came to this conclusion that Hawaiians is a terrible arc? It is literally an arc that goes, everything fucking sucks. Love anyway, hope anyway, believe anyway. Right? Isn't that literally the flashback between Kibe and Kazuya? Kibe is literally like, doesn't want to believe. He's like, I want to be friends with people who believe because I don't believe. And then he literally doesn't believe Kazuya. And he's like, I can only trust you so much. And I'm like, bro, I'm your best friend. What the fuck? Right? Doesn't trust him. All because of literally misattributed information to from mommy. So that's what I mean. It's like, it's literally an arc about being hopeful. It's an arc about believing and dreaming. Let's see. There's a weird parallel between Kazuya's personal growth and Chizuru's confrontation with Ruka. They are both rushing it and both won't work with their current circumstances. Ooh, good catch. Good catch. Now that, ladies and gents, and everyone in between, is a cook. That's a cook. Rapster gets a clap. Rapster over here gets a clap. Oh, you guys can't see him. Fuck. Rapster over here gets a clap. Good job, kiddo. That's a cook. I'm going to start celebrating your cooks when you cook something good. Or at least when I think you cook something good. Right? Remember, this is all just my interpretation. I just think that's a solid cook. Good job. Good job. No, really, that in my opinion, that's like a solid analysis. There is a parallel between Kazuya and Chizuru. It's just not immediately present. In particular, Kazuya is rushing his growth, which, yes, I agree. I just didn't realize what Chizuru was rushing, and I'm like, I've been saying it the whole time. I'm a fucking idiot. I've been saying it the whole time. I'm a fucking idiot. She's literally rushing her confrontation with Ruka when she's not rushing. So Kazuya is rushing his growth. Chizuru is rushing her love. There, let's dig into it a little more. It's not that Chizuru is rushing her confrontation with Ruka, she's rushing her love. There we go. That makes more sense because Ruka's element is rooted in love. That, I think, is more of a correct attribution, if we want to talk about it like that. Kazuya is rushing his growth, his personal growth. Ruka is rushing, Chizuru is rushing her love. Let's see, what else we got? I'm almost done. I'm almost caught up. Shit. Kazuya's test being on July 4th, week before July 11th, is pretty much setting up this plans would fall apart. Also, July 4th, guys, one, it's Chizuru's number. What is July 4th? I wrote it stupid. July 4th, also known as Independence Day. Like, I'm just in case for those who don't know, who don't live in the U.S. and don't have people blowing fireworks up your ass every fucking July 4th. Which, by the way, I just realized this July 4th was quiet. Huh. That's weird. Wait, this July 4th for me was quiet. Usually people are like blasting fireworks, but I didn't hear a damn thing. It felt like any other day. I just went to fucking sleep. I didn't hear no fucking fireworks or nothing. Weird. Maybe it's because I was busy taking care of my mom, but I would have noticed it. Because of the weather and storms. Could be. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this, but that's some fucking foreshadowing, bro. That's some fucking foreshadowing, bro. There's nothing to celebrate. Yeah, even like at work, I think it was like pretty dead. it wasn't like it wasn't pretty crazy on July 4th because I'm pretty sure I worked it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I worked July 4th, and it wasn't really that hectic. You know, the day before was more hectic. But yeah, Independence Day. That's also probably going to be associated with Mommy. It makes a lot of sense because Mommy and Kazuya have that parallel of literally being characters trapped and not really being independent. So it makes a lot of sense for it to also connect to Mommy's character, right? By the way, better luck for USN lost to Belgium. You mean after they fucking cheated? Which, like, damn, they didn't just lose to Belgium, they got fucking thrashed. They didn't just lose to Belgium, they got fucking thrashed, dude. On top of cheating. For those who don't know what I mean, one of the players got a red card and he literally got Trump to interfere. And Trump got him to stay in the game. And they still lost 4-1. Like, bro, they fucking cheated and still lost. Like, brother. Like, get fucking thrashed, dude. Now, the one I was kind of sad about was Mexico. No, they didn't. What do you mean, no, they didn't? I'm pretty sure that didn't. I swear that happened. Am I crazy? Didn't Trump literally get a player to stay in the game after he got a red card? No, I know that I'm not saying I'm saying they literally got a player to stay in the game, even though he got a red card. And they still lost because they weren't good anyway. Right? So it's like, despite doing that, it didn't matter. You wasted your effort on the stupid shit instead of actually getting good. No, I'm not. Just because I'm saying they cheated, I'm not saying they didn't put an effort in. I'm saying they're wasting their fucking time. Instead of actually getting good, they want to brag about being good. Which I think is like the US's biggest weakness, in my opinion, just as a country. People are so busy bragging about being the best thing in the fucking world instead of actually trying to improve. That's at least how I see a lot of the celebration around this country. Rather than actually truly improving and becoming better, we want to brag about being the best. AKA, you're American. You're number one. Right? So busy being number one instead of actually trying to live up to that standard of being the best and trying to actually help people. He got red carded in Bosnia game and then was allowed to play against Belgium after FIFA took the red card away. Yeah. Why did they take the red card away? Anyways, we're getting off track here. I'm not here to talk about the fucking World Cup, dude. I barely give a shit. To be honest, I barely give a shit. I played soccer as a kid, and I loved soccer as a kid. I used to call it football, so it was really weird when I came here and people started calling it soccer. I was like, what the fuck? What's soccer? What the fuck's soccer? And then I saw American football, and people were just like, bro, you're running with the ball most of the fucking time. You're not even like fucking you're not even like fucking kicking it. You kick it like once, like near the end. Like you kick the ball like a few times in football. You're not even fucking You're not even fucking kicking it. What the fuck? It's not football. You're running. You're carrying the goddamn ball. You're throwing it. I was so confused. I'm the guy watching all 100 games. Lol. Either way, I'm not here into the World Cup shit. France is going to win the World Cup. To be honest, I hope no Western country wins. Personally. You're free to disagree with me. The days for Mother's Farm are the 24th, 30th, and 31st of June. Yes, but that doesn't mean the place isn't open. The place might still be open, like on July 11th. Doubt Kazuya is going to check it out the next day, manga time. Yeah, and it makes you wonder, how the fuck's he going to go there? Is he going to take a bus? right? Is he going to take a fucking bus there? Because Kazuya said he wanted to check it out. Also, I'm glad he's starting to realize the Mother's Farm trip is a bad fucking idea, considering it's literally a week after he got his license. But at the same time, he doesn't consider how it could be a much bigger problem, right? License test, licensing center. He's rushing it. Seems like the omen that Kazuya isn't realizing. Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on. Okay. Anyways, answer too late. Lol, I'm new in this comment, but I watched most a bunch of your reactions live streams. Oh, hello. Well, welcome regardless. Feel free to comment in the future, Truth Rabbit. Careful, Kazuya fireworks are starting at times. Don't swear the car because one was too close to you. Oh, they're not going to have fireworks in Japan to celebrate the U.S. Why would Japan celebrate the U.S.'s Independence Day? However, narratively, it makes some sense, specifically because of the fact that they show the Statue of Liberty. And there's a lot of connections to the United States, whether it be Minnie referencing the Kardashians or the movies Reiji constantly references. There's a lot of American references here, very particularly, not just like any Western country, the U.S. specifically. And I think that's very intentional. Oh my god, I didn't realize he's literally in La La Land. At least Kazuya has a license and probably a job, but not being a thing with Chizuru on the 11th. He doesn't, though. You're making the... So Wiz over here is making the assumption that... This is the thing I was talking about before. You're making the same mistake as Kazuya. You're making the assumption he's going to get his license. You're making the assumption that Kazuya is going to get a job. He has none of these things yet. And he might not be with Chizuru either. You don't know what's going to happen on July 11th. He says he has things when he doesn't. Right? He doesn't have a job, he doesn't have a license, and he doesn't have muscles. And yet he says he's going to have these things later. I'll still have my muscles, my license, and my job hunting. No, no, and no. You might not have any of these things because how depressed are you going to be when she rejects you? You're not going to fucking work out. You probably won't give a jack shit about your license. And you sure as fuck won't care about job hunting. In fact, is that not what happened with Minnie earlier? The entire motivation of Kazuya improving is Chizuru. If he loses Chizuru, he won't care about any of these things. All of them will go down the fucking drain. Now, what is fascinating to me is why Kazuya is shown in light here. You know, this part is fascinating to me because I think he's speaking a truth, but he's not noticing a lie. You know, this part is interesting. The reason I say this is because he's looking at a phone. Right? This is the biggest, most important part that I think is important here. Biggest, most important part that I think is important. Dude, don't speak. Don't write like I speak. Don't write like I speak, because this shit's redundant. No, the reason I think all of this is pointless is specifically because when he says this, he's looking at his phone. He's not looking at the truth. He's looking at the truth through social media. And therefore, it's not representative of the importance of these things. It's just shallow. July 4th, Independence Day, reminds me of Mommy. I wonder what'll happen with Mommy and Kazuya's driving test. Yep, it's going to be important. The Mother's Farm message is so sad. Right? It's fucking tragic. What a travesty. It's so fucking sad. Two people are taking the test on that day. Maybe one gets it and the other doesn't. Watch Kazuya not get it, but mommy gets it. Right? Watch Kazuya not get it and mommy gets it. And you want to know the reason mommy gets it and Kazuya doesn't? Kazuya goes first. That would be interesting. Right? And then it acts as confirmation for Kazuya that he sucks and mommy's great. And rather than Kazuya be... Oh, and you know what would make it so much more effective if Kazuya fails? You know what would make it so much more effective if Kazuya fails? Oh, that would be... Reiji would have cooked. Is it this one? It's 381, I think. In that moment, I felt like it hit me all at once. I wasn't thinking about what I should have done or what I was going to do from there. I was just disappointed that I wasn't able to get through to her. He's just disappointed. He's just kind of dejected, and it's obvious to him. It's just obvious to him. Right? Oh, yeah, this, of course. All this effort and it still didn't matter. Right? I feel like this would be Kazuya's reaction. Yes, the classic experience that I go through every time. I get so close and then I don't fucking get it. Right? And I think a lot of us can understand that. A lot of us can relate to that experience of you just get so close to something and then you just don't get it. I think that's worse than not having like that's worse than like midway through it doesn't work out. No. Getting close is worse. Right? It's like this. Think of it like this. Second place fucking sucks. Third place is kind of okay. Right? If I'm third place, I'm taking it pretty well. I did pretty fucking good. Second place instead of first. Oh, that fucking sucks. Right? You were right there. You were about to fucking get it and you fucked up. Or something went wrong. Oh, of course something went wrong. You know, you get mad. You want to blame everything. You know? Second place generally tends to suck. So Kazuya's perception of this ends up feeling like winning and losing. You know? Which isn't what love is supposed to be. You know, Kazuya's interpretation of this literally becomes like winning and losing. And I think Chizuru being put through this conflict with Ruka's character plays into that directly because she's starting to slowly feel and understand what Kazuya's been feeling and understanding in this competition with Ruka, you know, in this need to apologize to Ruka and this idea that it feels like a competition with Ruka. Now she's starting to understand how Kazuya has felt because Kazuya has been constantly in this bullshit thing where he constantly feels like he's just competing and losing, you know? That's how it feels like to him. That's what love has devolved to, like just a competition and losing. Instead of you know thinking of it as an experience to have, it becomes a competition where you win and lose. But that's not what love is, and the meaning of love has been lost in the meantime. Also, check the time when Kazuya texts this chapter. It's already past the time at the end of chapter 430. Could be an error though. Oh. Okay, so let's check 430. So what time does Ruka look at? 17. No, it could be correct. It could be wrong. 1735. I think it's just a slight error. Yeah, I think it's just a slight error. Because we don't see Ruka's time, right? So we don't see what time Ruka's thing is. We do see what time. Oh, right here, 21:17. Oh. Oh no. Oh, oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no. 21:17. What time is Chizuru's phone? Right. What time was Chizuru's phone when she was looking at it? Okay, so Kazuya 7:25. Kazuya texts her 21:51. Okay, so no, it's around the same time. It's around the same time. So yeah, this would be around the same time that Ruka was looking at her phone that Kazuya texted Chizuru. Chizuru puts her phone down over here. No, I think we're looking too deep into it. It's clearly, it would be around the same time as it is with Ruka. So right as Ruka's about to call, Chizuru gets a text from Kazuya, but Chizuru put her phone down. Maybe Chizuru goes to sleep. Who knows? It would be a little late. And what would Ruka even say at that late at night? You know, what the heck would Ruka say at this late at night? And that would be interesting. If Ruka does ultimately call, her parents would overhear. I think that would be more important. It's rarely been Ruka's actions that have like some of it is Ruka's actions, absolutely, but it's usually what Ruka's actions do to other people and how they involve other people. I think if Ruka's mom like overhears her on the phone, that makes some sense. If Ruka's mom like overhears her on the phone, or if Ruka backs out after calling Chizuru, that would be interesting. So it's rather maybe less Ruka's actions and the consequences of Ruka's actions, right? Which makes a lot more sense in my opinion. I think Ruka's mom getting involved makes some sense. We keep seeing Ruka's house. Ruka's mom was like shown calling her the other day. Yeah, I think Ruka's mom might overhear or something. That makes some sense. Kazuya ain't getting no license until he actually holds the fucking wheel himself. He is, though. We've seen Kazuya do that. He held the wheel himself. I already know this date is going to be bad at the end. Yeah, so this takes place after Kazuya worked out last chapter. Yeah. And besides, I just realized, this is interesting. Why is this being shown in those text bubbles? When I first saw that, I was like kind of caught off guard that it was showing it with these text bubbles. I think this is a good realization for all the wrong reasons. Kazuya does need to realize he has things outside of Chizuru. Yes. The things he is taking pride in my opinion, are wrong. The realization is right. The thing he's attributing to the realization is wrong. I think that's my interpretation of the nuance, right? Specifically because when he mentions muscles, license, and job hunting, it's right next to his phone. Let's see what it looks like in Japanese. Right? It's right next to his phone when he says this realization. And I think that's really interesting. That these things hover right next to his phone when he says this, as he's looking at his phone, as if these things are not real. The fact that Kazuya is shown in shadows right here, what does he say right here? Right? The realization is correct. The thing he's attributing to the realization is wrong. She's always been the one pulling me forward. If she's pulling you forward, then what's the point of all these things? If Mizuhara rejects me, I still have these things, but if she's not pulling you forward, you won't do these things. This statement contradicts this one. I'll need all these things going forward in life. In the first place, if I don't grow as a man, I won't be the right man for Mizuhara. The statements are contradictory, and it's kind of fascinating he doesn't notice any of these things. Let's see. I already know this date is going to be bad at the end. See, I think we're looking at the date wrong. It's less the date and more of the things that are happening before the date. It's what Kazuya is going to walk into. The date is going to be, I think, my bet, there's nothing wrong with the date. What's going to ruin the date is the expectations of it. The date itself will be completely fine. What's going to ruin it for Kazuya is his expectations walking into the date. It's not the date. I bet Kazuya is going to have some pretty negative expectations going into the date. You know? But the date itself is not the problem. It's the misalignment. Kazuya, okay, blah, blah, blah. This is like Sebastian building a jazz club instead of being with Mia. Wait, are you referring to... And the phone is dying right in front of him. Is it low on battery? Actually, the whole thing about Kazuya's phone being low on battery wasn't talked about. Hasn't been talked about since that one chapter. Yeah, Kazuya's phone being low on battery has not been talked about since that one chapter. That's interesting. And we can't see the battery here. Yeah, it's weird. Kazuya's phone being low on battery has not been brought up since that one time. Weird. Kazuya won't have a date with Chizuru on July 11th because if he fails with his goal, he's going to feel ashamed and worthless, and he'll avoid her. Maybe him like avoiding her could be connected to Ruka somehow. But then it flips on Chizuru because she's like, oh, this what I was doing when I was avoiding him? Yeah, it does seem to be the buildup for Chizuru is to confront what she did in avoiding him, and for Kazuya to confront what he did in constantly telling himself she hated him. Right? The illusions they lived under. The way to confront the illusion is to see how the other person was reacting to it. Why not horse ride to Mother Farm? That would be peak, but stupid. Peak cinema, but stupid. Wouldn't it be the biggest lie that despite Kazuya constantly saying he will not give up as soon as he fails the driving test, he actually gives up? Dramatic irony at its finest. Kazuya is in the guts position. He moved heaven and earth to heal Casca's mind and be with her, and then Griffith comes and takes her like it's nothing. That's a horrible comparison. That's a horrible comparison. That's a horrible comparison. I kind of don't vibe with that. I don't know if I vibe with that. Yeah, I don't really vibe with that. That's a terrible comparison. I don't even know where to begin on how I feel that comparison's wrong. It just doesn't, that just doesn't feel right. I don't know where to begin on why I feel that comparison's wrong. I don't even know where to begin and why that feels wrong. I don't know how to deconstruct that. That feels like so off base that, no offense, Jojo, if you're still here, it reminds me of your theories. That's how Kazuya interprets it. I could see that's how Kazuya interprets it. That's not what's happening. Like, the description you just gave sounds like something Kazuya would think up in his head. You know? The description you gave sounds like something Kazuya would think up in his head in regards to Umi. Oh, like, I did all of this, and Umi just took her away. Except that's not rooted in reality. You know? That's not the reality of Kazuya's life. He's not powerless. This chapter looks like Chizuru already sold her house. No, she didn't. The house isn't sold. She just she's putting it up for sale, but it's not sold yet. Like, I think we would have had a very clear clarity. Oh, the house is just gone if it was sold. It would be a much bigger deal because we spent that whole arc on that house. Ruka's phone last chapter looks like error because at the same time as she received the text from Chizuru when zoomed in. No. No, it's not the same time. No. She shows you what time she received it, but you see Kazuya's time here, 21:17, and when we look at Ruka's phone, we don't see the time on it. We only see the time that Chizuru sent her the text, and that Ruka read it and didn't do anything. Okay. I think Ruka isn't gonna call, to be honest. I think Ruka isn't gonna call. She's gonna avoid it again. Maybe she'll call. Maybe she won't. I don't know. But I just don't like that descriptor, right? If anything, that descriptor just seems like rooted in Kazuya's delusions rather than reality, right? Life isn't really like that. Now, is life unfair? Yes. I think what Miura was trying to convey with Griffith showing up in that chapter, because that was like the last chapter that was actually done by Miura himself. I think what Miura was like maybe conveying was like his acceptance of like death, if you will. Like when you read the chapter, there's very like clear indicators. He kind of knew he was gonna die. It's kind of dark in a way, like when you read that chapter, and I think it reflects the effort he put into the story and how it's just gonna all disappear when he died, that kind of thing. So I don't know. That's my interpretation. Again, this is merely an interpretation of that chapter. So I don't think that's a good representation fully of Kazuya. There is a connection, you know, that element that feels like Kazuya did a lot and it was all just taken away from him. But that's the thing with Guts, that was like a sad reality. With Kazuya, that's the illusion he lives under. You see how they're kind of different? It's like the illusion he lives under, where he thinks he keeps getting close to something and it keeps getting taken away from him as a parallel to Guts, but that's not what's actually happening to Kazuya, you know? A lot of it is rooted merely in his interpretation of what's going on. That's not the reality of the situation. You see what I mean? It's not really the same. It just looks the same. Okay. It was wrong as soon as Griffith was mentioned. Right? Everybody is like, Griffith! Everybody fucking hates Griffith. That's so funny. Like, to be fair, he fucking sucks. I'm not gonna pretend like he's a good person. He fucking sucks. Griffith is a terrible person, but everybody always, like, I think the reason I feel so weird about Griffith's character is everyone always brings him up as the pinnacle of bad, like, a villain writing. I'm like, nah. Pretty sure there's better villains. I feel like there's better villains than Griffith. Griffith is I think the reason people think he's such a good villain is because of like the way how like the way he's written is pretty solid, but then how heinous his acts are. You know, people attribute the quality of his character to like solid writing and how heinous his acts are, rather than like just delving into how amazing like other characters are. Like I've seen better villains. I feel like I've seen better villains. I can't list them off the top of my head right away, but I've definitely seen better villains. You know, I just think like he's just kind of like, he's a good villain. I'm not gonna say he's a bad villain. I'm just saying like he's not the peak of writing. You know. Would it be weird if it's revealed Mommy's parents bought Chizuru's house in the future? That would be weird. Why would they? That would be weird. That'd be really twisted and kind of interesting. Honestly, that would be really twisted and kind of interesting. And I would have so many questions. Why would they buy that house? Right? I would have so many questions. Why would they buy that house? It's like an old rundown house. Are they going to just tear it down and build a new one? All right? Is it just to buy the land? Weird. So where's Chizuru at in this chapter? Her home? Yeah, she's at her house. She's in her new apartment. It's her new apartment. So like, what if Minnie calls Ruka for no reason and Ruka tells her that Chizuru called her? I don't answer and it didn't turn out the one giant bomb and Minnie gets nuts. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Sorry, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Interesting. When Kazuya said he realizes, it zooms in what seems to be a train station. Not sure. This? I guess it kind of looks like a train station. Hmm. There's purpose in trying. Trying is what matters. No. I don't know if trying is what matters. I mean, trying does matter. You have to actually put in an effort, but it's not just trying pointlessly. You know, I think there's a reason Kazuya looks childish here. It's not just about trying. Trying absolutely matters, but you should put in like a real effort and actually try. You know, like I think with Kazuya, he doesn't actually know what he's doing. I think that's like the difference between him and Chizuru is like Chizuru put in like really real effort into the play, into all that stuff, and it didn't matter because the system was kind of rigged. So it wasn't her fucking fault, right? The system was just kind of rigged, but she blamed herself anyway. Kazuya is the opposite. Kazuya is not putting in real effort, and he's just like, oh, well, I'm going to just keep trying, right? I knew it wouldn't be easy, but still, it kills my momentum. No, I'm not going to give up. I can't give up. There's purpose in trying. Gives himself like these stupid pep talks, right? But in reality, like, there's a reason it's not working, right? It's less about like because we see him put a lot of effort in, but it might not be like the effort he thinks it is. I think Kazuya just isn't ready for this. You know, he doesn't understand what the fuck he's walking into, and it's just not gonna work. You know, that's at least my interpretation. I'm gonna here. Give me a sec. I gotta check where my mom is. She hasn't texted. I thought she was gonna come back early. She hasn't said a word. Nothing. That's kind of concerning. Here, one sec. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry for the wait. So let me set up my phone. There we go. Okay. I think we need a bit of a change of pace. So I'll read some of the more comments left, and then I will flip to something else. The better example Roman should have used would be why it took Raphael so long to realize why Master Splinter chose Leonardo to lead the team, and the reason why, because Leo could bear the weight. Raph couldn't. His emotions would have clouded his every judgment, and in the cases he did lead and failed, that was the reason. It's funny you say Roman's choice is bad because I would argue yours isn't great either. I would argue yours isn't great either. So you know, let's not bash other people's opinions and say like theirs sucks. You know, granted, I don't think you were saying like Roman's opinion sucked. You were just think it's a better example. But I'm just arguing that better example isn't that much better. I'm just not a big fan of comparisons like that in general. I would say what Roman was trying to say was just misattributed. It's like it's the way he described it is what Kazuya thinks is happening, not necessarily what actually is. You know. So in that sense, his was a little better than what you just described, but both of yours technically don't match. Maybe ask grandma for a car or Kibei. Yeah, he could probably no, but he can rent one. He can rent a car, which you know. What if Reiji puts a Tesla reference and Kazuya gets his car? We think it's this imported car, but it then turns out to be a rinky-dink beater. I think he would know what he's getting, but you know, I think renting cars is not that hard in Japan, if I recall correctly. But yeah, Kazuya isn't even thinking about that. You know, he'd try to use his dad's car, and his dad's like, "Fuck off! You're not using my car for a date." Right? That'd be really funny. His dad's just like, "Fuck off! You're not using my car for a date." Okay, so I'm gonna check Twitter really quick. Let's check Twitter. What the Japanese readers say. That's what I'm doing. That is what I am doing. Muscles, driver's license, job hunting, Ruka-chan, Mami-chan, Sumi-chan, Yamori-san are all left. Actually, you have your pick of the litter. I don't know if that's a good description. That's a Japanese reader. Personally, I think Kazuya is fine being skinny and doesn't need muscles, but his spirit to work hard for the person he likes is amazing. Seriously, why hasn't he called yet? Is Ruka about to call? I didn't need a reply, but I got one. Not seeing a lot. It could just be my feed, granted. It very well could just be my feed. Because that happens sometimes. Your feed will just be like, fuck you in general. Or sorry, fuck you in particular. And then just not give me what I want. So this is absolutely possible. Maybe I'm just not seeing people. What time is it? It's 2:56, so people in Japan should be waking up. At least some of them should be. Here, I'll look up some people I know. He hasn't said anything yet. This guy's great. Has he said something? Damn, he didn't say anything either. What the fuck's going on? I think they're just waking up still. That makes some sense. Is mute still not okay? What's going on with mute? Yeah, he hasn't posted since like the 22nd of June. Damn. Yeah, I haven't said anything since the 22nd of June. Jesus. Hope they're okay. Another interview with the director of 7 Remake? Oh yeah, cool random note. Might not be important to you guys, but it's important to me. How Do We Relationship is getting a live action, which I think suits it more than an anime, to be honest. I think a live action suits How Do We Relationship a lot more than an anime. Just like Rent a Girlfriend, in many ways, works a lot better in certain aspects as a live action than it does in an anime. Because an anime like romanticizes it a little too much, but it's still anime-esque, so you know it still works too. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Remember when the chapter comes out? Uh, when the chapter comes out, it comes out like at midnight, right? So the chapter comes out at midnight when it releases. So for people, it's probably like in Japan, it's probably pretty brutal, and they don't have a lot to comment on until they wake up. Some of them just wait until they wake up to do it. So it makes some sense. Hmm. Yeah. Here. I know what to do. I'll just do the hashtag. Sometimes the hashtag does the trick. Bingo. Let's see. They made another. Uh, I think it's like Dakamaru or something. It's like the sleeping pillows. The pillows of the girls. What did this person say? So they said. The confrontation between Ruka and Chizuru is postponed. It was wonderful to see Chizuru and Kazuya pushing each other to improve, and now she's even acquired the glasses girl attribute. She's too cute. Okay. Next week is July 15th. True. Yeah, when does next chapter release? On the 15th? No, it releases on the 14th. For us, it's the 14th. Yeah, it's kind of quiet. To be fair, it's not a big wave chapter, so it makes some sense. Yeah, at the moment, I don't have a whole lot to say, mostly because I'm just starting to readjust into making content again. It's been a hot minute since I've made anything, so I'm still just readjusting. My brain is still not fully there yet. Plus, I'm a little tired. You know, I had to like go to work, come back, and then rest a little bit, and then do a bunch of shit. I still feel like I want to take a bit more of a break, to be honest. Oh, perfect. I found something. Perfect. I found something. So last week we didn't read what this person has to say, so let's read it this week. This works. This works. Yeah. There we go. We haven't read this person's analysis in a hot minute. So what's this? Oh, this is that one flowers article I opened up. Fine. Let's just do this. Deep L. Damn, you guys are so mean to JoJo. You guys are so fucking mean to JoJo. Like, I get it. You don't like what he has to say. I said, like, I'm not a huge fan of everything he has to say, but goddamn, let's chill out. Mori. Oh, there's the Mori. They were right. It was on the first page. Mori. Page 2, not so easy. Page 3, conversation illustration, or cover illustration, Sumi-chan giving it her all. Page 4, enchanted. Page 5, final driving license exams. Page 6, 1 week ago. Page 7, how to break the news. Page 8, the stage. Page 9, sold out. Oh my god, it's actually in English. That's funny. Oh, was it? Was it in English when it said sold out? Sold out. It was in English. Yeah, that makes sense. I know Japan has stuff like that. That's just in English. Rejected. Things to do. What remains. Also being dragged along. The room being avoided. No. I might like him. Good luck with the play. All right. Worn out. You know, okay, there's one thing I do want to say about Chizuru's room. There's one thing I kind of want to say about Chizuru's room. It's weirdly claustrophobic. Is it just me, or is Chizuru's room weirdly claustrophobic? Like, again, you see her on her own, but it's like really tight, right? The room feels like really, really tight. And like, how do I explain? She's like really small in her own room, and it's just kind of weird. Something about the way this image is drawn makes it feel claustrophobic. Like, it's really small. It's kind of like a prison. Weirdly, it kind of it's like similar to Mommy's room. It's kind of like a small prison, right? It's her own little prison, but it's a prison, right? It's just weird. Something about Chizuru's room is really claustrophobic. It's like a box or a prison or something. Yeah, something about it just feels weird. It's really, really small. It's a really, really small room. So I did just want to point that out. What TV does she have? Is that the TV they bought? I wonder if it's the TV they bought. Yeah, I just wanted to point that out really quick. It's something I felt for a while. I just didn't voice it for some reason. All right, worn out results. Wait, isn't it a little too early for that? Well, he was skinny to begin with, so I guess it's no wonder he looks this way. The theory that the breakdancing counts as exercises. It's not like it's a job though. The fact that he doesn't adjust for that is just so Kazuya. A week before the big day, isn't it hard to find time to visit sites, to site visit or practice in public secret? Why can't I read? I'm like not reading things correctly. Like, what the fuck's wrong with me? But you guys are seeing this too, right? It's like my brain is just like, I'm gonna just read this wrong. Isn't it hard to find time for site visits or practicing on public streets? I thought that, but college students probably have plenty of time. Still, if it's only a week, if he fails his exam, it's really over, isn't it? Everything hinges on that exam. The play issue. Of course he wants to go. She's practicing becoming a reoccurring character in the updates Chizuru Ichinose. They use the same tactic for Princess Blue Heron too. Oh yeah, Kazuya is going to go to Chizuru's play in secret, just like he went to Chizuru's play in secret in the past. But just so he doesn't bother her? But wouldn't she want to know if you're there, if she likes you? Right? The size of the venue probably plays a role too. The company name sounds like someone's last name. That's definitely true. The company's name. Oh, we're talking about the company that rejected him. Yeah, I wonder what the significance of that company is. Hira Ike Corporation. Is it written in Japanese? Yeah. What a weird... Why be very specific about the name like that? I wonder if the name has a meaning. I wonder if the name of this company has a meaning. Or if it's like based on a real company. Man, I wish Mute was here. Mute would probably tell us. Mute would probably be able to find this out. I'll have to check. Just to remind me to check this. So I guess I'll write this down. I don't have a thing to write this down on. Fuck me. Okay, I guess I'll just pull up Google Docs. So we have check company name. God, I can write company. Jesus, what's wrong with me today? Check company name and if it has a meaning. I think I'm kind of cooked today. Sorry, guys. I think I'm kind of cooked today. That just means I got to get more rest, to be honest. I think that's what it just means. I just need to get more rest, like more proper rest. Yeah, I really miss Mute. Mute was great, dude. I'll check on him. I'll text him and see if he's doing okay. We start to realize how much of an anchor Mute was, bro. We start to realize how much of an anchor Mute was. He was peak. His shit helped a lot. The size, they use the same tactic. Okay, so we said that's definitely true. When he got rejected by Mami-chan in episode 1, he was completely despairing about everything. But now that things he's gained so far are what remain. If he were to get rejected by Chizuru and give up, Kazuya would probably be grateful for everything Chizuru has given him, all the things she brought into his life. But did she bring any of these things into his life? You know, the working out, the job hunting, what else was he doing? The muscles. That wasn't her. He just she didn't bring that into his life. He just did it because he wanted to do it for her. It's kind of funny to think, well, at least his muscles will stay. So do muscles really solve everything after all? No. Meanwhile, Chizuru, isn't that the first time we've seen the interior of Chizuru's new place? She's made up her mind to contact Rojun, but she's also scared. Chizuru is entirely at fault, and since she's apologizing despite that, criticism and insults are inevitable. It's something she has to do, even with all that in mind. But it's still not a pleasant experience. It's really funny that we see Ruka and Chizuru both scared to contact each other. So even though Chizuru contacted Ruka, she's terrified. And even though Ruka doesn't want to talk to Chizuru, she's also terrified. But she's also going to call her, right? Even though Ruka ironically has more leverage than Chizuru, right? Ruka thinks Chizuru has leverage over her. Ruka, I would argue, has a little more leverage, things that can scare Chizuru. Just then, a work-related message from Kazuya arrived. It's mainly just the work update, but that one line added at the end becomes a source of support for Chizuru. No matter the situation, even a casual remark, Kazuya's encouragement always gives Chizuru a boost. That's nice, isn't it? Grins. Chizuru buzzing around like that for the first time in a while is cute too. Well, it's not something she can keep up that easily, though. The preview title is Checking Behind. At first glance, it seems like it's about driving, but there's also a theory that it might be a metaphor for something psychological. Things are going too smoothly. It feels like he's about to mess up something related to his driver's license soon. And what did we start the chapter with? Kazuya's back muscles being fucking weak. He's literally not checking his back muscles. All right. So there's Kazuya admiring the results of his weight training. He's working hard in preparation for the big day, but he also wants to go see the play. Chizuru is agonizing over the necessary steps she needs to take. Will Kazuya be able to get tickets for the play? I just realized the fucking anniversary of the series is coming up. It's going to be the 9th anniversary in 4 days. It's going to be on Saturday, which is the 11th, but in Japan, it'll be the 12th. Remember, this series released on July 12th. The anniversary is on Saturday. The anniversary of this series is on Saturday. I have no idea what to do. I have no fucking clue what to do. He's hoping people won't be fucking asses about it. They'll try to be, but hopefully it'll be mostly positive. Okay. Will Kazuya be able to get tickets for the play? Will Chizuru be able to apologize? Let's keep our fingers crossed and do our best for another week. The next week chapter is going to be special. Could be. But it's the 9th anniversary. Watch it be something like really bad. Watch it be something really bad. Anniversary chapter going to be not wholesome. It's the 9th anniversary, so anniversary of pain, motherfuckers. Anniversary of pain, motherfuckers. Damn. To think that the last anniversary happened around the kiss. To think that the last anniversary happened around the kiss. Right? It was just a little after the kiss. The last anniversary happened just a little after the kiss. It's wild. That feels like yesterday. Right? Those chapters feel like yesterday. It's not. It's been a fucking year. It's not. It's literally been a goddamn year. But it feels like yesterday. That's wild, dude. That's crazy. My birthday is on July 12th. I know it's not the same since it's on Sunday, USA, instead of Saturday, Japan, but it feels cool to have the series I love so much be related to my birthday in a way. That's actually awesome, dude. That's actually awesome, dude. That's sick. For all intents and purposes, your birthday is on the release of this series. For all intents and purposes, your birthday is on the release of this series. Because it's still July 12th around midnight time. So the dates do intersect at a point. Because at midnight, when it's like it becomes July 12th for you in the United States, it's still July 12th in Japan. It resets at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. is when it becomes July 13th. Crazy. My birthday is on July 21st. What a chapter releases. Huh. Trippy. Well, happy birthday or happy early birthday for both of you. Time fucking flies. Right? Right? And I barely gained any subscribers. In all that time, I haven't even broken 2,000. I'm that good at this. But yeah, I don't know what to do for the anniversary of the series, to be honest. Really not sure. Like, I can just post something on Twitter, but I've always wanted to do something for the series. I just never do. Man, I'm like Kazuya, aren't I? I'm just like him, you know? Well, maybe current Kazuya, not maybe beginning Kazuya. Beginning Kazuya is a little different, I think. Current Kazuya is more like me. I'm looking at myself in the mirror and I don't like it. I look at myself in the mirror and I don't like it. Bulver, why are you saying the shit JoJo would say? Is he though? Is he though? I don't think anyone talks like JoJo. JoJo's unique. Perhaps compile a list of your favorite moments. Favorite moments. Okay. So, what I can think of off the top of my head. Moments I like off the top of my head. I like chapter 31. It's a special moment for me. I like that chapter a lot. What else do I like? I like when Chizuru confronts Mommy in 49. Not sure if it would be like in my top moments, but I love this moment a lot. What else do I like? Ooh, the booze arc. I don't talk about the booze arc a whole lot, but I fucking love the booze arc. Right? I fucking love the booze arc. It's one of my favorites. The start of the movie arc. I'm a big fan of the start of the movie arc. I, of course, love the crying scene in 164. I'm a sucker for that. I can admit it. Free. Why do I get shit for free? I guess it's just temporary, maybe. Oh, I know. Oh, one of my favorite moments is chapter 6, I think. Yeah, not many people talk about chapter 6, but it's probably one of my favorite moments. Here, I'll pull it up from here. Gosh darn dang it. Yeah, I think chapter 6 is like one of my favorite moments. I'll even buy the chapter here to show it. It's because I know it'll look a little prettier. One of my favorite fucking moments, right? One of my favorite fucking moments. Absolute cinema. I miss this Kazuya, man. Everyone's like, I miss movie Kazuya, right? Everyone's like, I miss movie Kazuya. This is the Kazuya I miss. I miss this baby boy. I miss this boy over here. Everyone's like, I miss movie Kazuya. Nah, bitch. I miss this Kazuya. Where's this Kazuya? I miss this guy. He was great. Right? I miss this dude. So that's one of my favorite moments. 244 is a personal favorite. I like 383 a lot. There's a chapter in the Living Together that I really like. I'm just trying to remember which one. Oh, right. It's this one. I like 306 a lot too. I love 306, man. One of the best fucking chapters. I love 306, dude. One of the best fucking chapters in the whole series. Bar none. It's so fucking good. So, 31. So, no, let's from the top. Chapter 6 is easily one of my favorites. 31. What else? I like 164, of course. Right, 164 is like a given. I do like the Sumi chapter, but just before the movie arc. So I like the start of the movie arc and just before the start of the movie arc. Those two I'm a big fan of. So like 99 and like 102 or something. Either 102 or 103. 164, because of course 164. I like 174 too, when Kazuya like confesses and gets interrupted. That shit's so funny. There's which part of the Hawaiians arc do I like a lot? It's part of Hawaiians arc that I like a lot. I'm just trying to remember what it is. Which part of the Hawaiians arc do I like a lot? I think it's like the clash between Mami and Chizuru. Yeah, I think it's like 217. And I like the Kiss chapter a lot. Yeah, 217 and 227. I think those are like my favorite chapters. Oh, fuck. How did I forget the Chizuru's birthday? Chizuru's fucking birthday. Fuck me. I love Chizuru's birthday. Chizuru's second birthday is absolute cinema. How did I forget Chizuru's second birthday? It's absolute fucking cinema. I'm so dumb. How did I forget it? The fucking nursery. I love the nurse. Bro, I'm not here today. I'm like cooked. I'm not here today. I'm fucking cooked. I'm like zoning the fuck out. I ain't here today. I'm somewhere else, brother. 217. What about it? Oh, because it's not 218? I mean, 218 is an amazing chapter. But I'm not going to pretend like it's like my absolute favorite. I just genuinely think it's a good chapter. It's not my favorite. Like, if I had to pick a favorite, it would be either chapter 6 or 31. Mostly because, like, those early chapters kind of encapsulate the series really well. But that's, like, very early stuff. If you want to pick something later, I like 244. Stuff like that. You know, but 218 is an amazing fucking chapter, mind you. But it's not my favorite. It just fully encapsulates, like, a lot of the conflicts of the story. You know? But I'm not going to say it's my favorite. It's not my favorite. Just a really good chapter. You said last year was the 8th anniversary, and 8 in Japanese is a loop. Well, no, 8 in Japanese actually looks like this. So 8 in Japanese, like looks like this. It literally looks like this, and it represents growth. 8 in general, 8 as a number is synonymous with a loop, right? 8 as a number is synonymous with loop. 8 as it's put in Japanese is actually synonymous with growth. No, in Japanese it does not mean loop. In Japanese, it means growth, right? But 8 as a number can also be synonymous with a loop. So I do think, like, in some ways, this year, we did kind of loop a little. You know, it seemed like we were looping. 9 maybe is like when we break the loop. You know? fittingly. 9 is when we break the loop. But then it's time to fucking suffer. You ready to goddamn suffer? Yeah. So literally the first chapter after the anniversary. I think that the next chapter might be important. It's going to be the first chapter after the anniversary. It might set a tone. It might set some sort of tone. I don't know how Reiji's going to react to the 9th anniversary. It's going to be interesting. He's either going to reuse an art or draw a new art. Winter Girlfriend is full of great chapters and moments. True. You've had a fortnight? What? I've been coming to enjoy smaller moments, Laura, like how Kazi and Chizuru both shake their heads to this chapter. It's cute. Do they both do it in this chapter? No shot. I saw Chizuru shake her head. Did Kazuya also shake his head? Kazuya spun on his fucking head. He literally... Oh, he did shake it. God damn it. He did shake it. God damn it. No! He did shake his head. No! Fuck me. He did shake his head. He does it again. He does it twice. And there she is. She's becoming him. She's becoming him. He keeps shaking her head. It's almost like she stabilizes her head. Cool. She like slams her head and stabilizes it. Gets it to focus. No more head shaking. Hachi both means number 8 and B in Japanese. It's funny because mommy's number is 7, Nanami, but the animal she represents is the bee, which is Hachi, number 8. What? Does Hachi sound like bee in Japanese? Also, the bee does not represent mommy. She's more so synonymous with a bear, and bears like honey, so she says sting like a bee. Get it? She's not synonymous with a bee. She's synonymous. Her animal's the bear. So I don't think that's actually accurate. Mommy even calls herself a bear. So I wouldn't say that's accurate. Like if you listen to Mommy's song, she literally says, "I'm a bear." Right? I look like a cute cuddly bear, but I'm actually a big bear. I'll fuck you up. If you go to Mommy's room, it's all bears. So I don't know. B in Japanese is pronounced like Hachi. Okay. But they're spelled completely differently. Yeah. Right, A looks like this. So wouldn't you say that fits Minnie more? Because Minnie has the number 8 in her name? So B fits Minnie more? Yeah, I wouldn't say, like, I could see why B would be connected to Mommy just because of the line she says in relation to honey. You know? But I don't know. I've always seen her like more of like a bear. She's cute and cuddly. Of course, the bee has her colors. Sure. But yeah, I don't know. I'm more of like a 50-50 on that. I'm more of a 50-50 on that. I miss brown hair, Kazuya. Welcome to the club, bub. I love the black hair. It looks better, to be honest. I don't like it. I miss brown hair Kazuya to this day, and we won't see him for a while, unfortunately. It's gonna be a while until we see brown hair Kazuya again. I hope we do. I kind of hope we don't not see him again. Bears don't feel stings, you know. What? What? Do bears not feel... Bears absolutely feel bee stings, and they find them painful, especially on sensitive areas like the nose, ears, and face. However, they have thick fur and have high pain tolerance that allows them to endure the stings to raid beehives for honey and protein-rich larvae. Okay, so not quite accurate. Bears endure bee stings. Okay, that makes sense. I mentioned in an earlier stream, but the place Kazi interviewed failed. I think it translates to Ditch Pound Corporation. No shot. It does? Ditch Pound Corporation? Pond. Ditch Pond. I read pound. Pond. Ditch Pond Corporation. The fuck? What is... What the fuck? Okay. There's so much going on right now. I don't even know where to goddamn begin. Ugh. What time is it? It's 3:33. Why is she still not back yet? I thought she was gonna get out early today. I check my phone. Sorry, I just gotta check on my mom. Nothing. Okay. Let me set up the camera again. Mommy fits the bee much better. She's small and cute. Her sting is painful and toxic. And yeah, no. So, mommy, I kind of disagree with that. The game mommy plays when it comes to love fits the bee much better. The game mommy plays, the circumstances of her life fit the bee better. But she's a bear. Why? Mommy's actually really independent. Bees serve a hive, right? She could be the queen bee, right? She could literally be the queen bee. And yet that's not really what mommy is, nor is it what she wants. So I don't know. I think it fits better for mommy to be a bear, specifically because she goes back into her cave or into her prison, if you will, just like a bear goes back into hibernation or goes into their cave. She's literally a bear that's not free, you know, whereas bears are pretty independent. Mommy is not independent. She likes bears specifically because she wants independence, right? I think mommy is a bear. But she thinks she's like a bee. You know, I think bees and bears fit mommy well because, well, both make, well, the bee makes honey, the bear eats the honey, right? So she literally produces honey, right, for people, and yet she indulges in the honey too. So you could say both of these things fit her quite well. You could say she's both a bee and a bear, but I would argue mommy is more attributed to a bear, in my opinion. In that same way, you can see similar attributations with like Chizuru, for instance. Chizuru has an attributation of a rabbit and an attributation of a cat, right? So you see how both can fit characters. The same thing you can see with Ruka's character. Ruka has the attributes of a cat, often associated with a cat, and she also has attributes of a fox because she likes foxes, right? So those things are connected too, right? Ruka has a cat motif and a fox motif. In that same way, Minnie has that too. Minnie has a cat motif, just like Chizuru, and she has a fox motif, just like Ruka, right? Except unlike Ruka, she's more of like a trickster fox, right? Minnie's more like a trickster fox than anything. Kazuya has attributes of a fish and attributes of a dog. Sumi has attributes of a dolphin, ironically enough, and a dog, because she has a dog, right? Mami has attributes of a bear, and I guess now she has attributes of a bee, which also makes sense a lot more for Minnie too. Or sorry, for Mami, specifically because Mami has that follower attributes in her life. Umi is a tiger and a snake. Good catch. Okay. I didn't fucking say that. You fucking said that. I didn't fucking say that. You fucking said that. Umi's the ocean. Umi is the ocean. I've seen a tiger attributed to Umi. Like you know, he's a big cat. He's still just a cat. He's a big cat. But I've never seen an actual attributation to Umi's character for animals. Besides that one time Kazuya attributed him to a tiger. A snake, you just picked that. You just picked a snake because it suited you better. He's never been connected to a snake in any way, shape, or form. Like, at least from Mami, she literally says in her character song, like, the bee thing. The snake has never been attributed to Umi. That's not a thing. Yes, there was a snake in the cover of the chapter. They were talking about cheating. But he's never been attributed to a snake. It's not a thing. That never happened. Now, you could say Umi is the ocean. The ocean just seems to fit Umi better. Right? The ocean just seems to fit Umi better. A wasp would be better for Mami. No, specifically because wasps don't make honey. Mami's whole thing is she makes honey. She gives you this enticing element. Right? She lures you in with honey. Wasps don't do that. Wasps are just assholes, frankly. Wasps are just dicks. Mami isn't really just a dick. There's also an important attribution to Mami being a bee, specifically because she's connected to literally a beehive. Someone is in control of her. She follows the leading order, right? So that makes a lot of sense. It's a big fish. You think Umi's a big fish? just a fish. Yeah, just a fucking fish. No, I think Umi's the ocean, which makes a lot more sense. To me, I think Umi is just the ocean, which just makes a lot of sense. Now, could there be some animal attributations? I've yet to see one. I've yet to see an animal attributation to Umi. Every other character seems to have one. The guys tend to not have one. I guess Curry would be a fucking squirrel. Right? I guess Curry could be like kind of a squirrel because of his teeth. Kibe, I have no fucking clue. He's like a dog. He's like a chihuahua. He's like a fucking chihuahua. I don't know what the fuck Kibe is. Yeah, Nagomi doesn't really have one. Kazuya's dad doesn't have one. Kazuya's mom doesn't really have one. You know? Umi is such a small character that, like, I can't even attribute him to an animal. He's like he's so barely in this manga, I can't even attribute him to an animal. So I don't even know where to begin with that. Like the only one that could possibly be a thing is a tiger. But that's how Kazuya attributed Umi. That's how Kazuya attributed Umi, a tiger. That's not necessarily the truth. Kibe is a skeleton. Oh, that's actually a good one. He does wear skulls a lot. He does wear skulls a lot. Okay, I could vibe with that. Kibe is like death. Oh no, I get it. Kibe kind of represents true death. Oh, it's literally like the thing like Tupac once said. It's like a person dies when like they're when they like give up on dreams and stuff and they give up on themselves. That's kind of Kibe. Kibe is like true death because Kibe just kind of gave up on dreaming. You know, he just kind of lives life. He doesn't really enjoy it. At least that's how I feel about Kibe. He just kind of lives life. He doesn't really enjoy it. So I think Kibe, in my opinion, represents like true death, where it's like he doesn't really care. He's not really living. Yeah. No, I don't think there's an animal attribution to Umi, except for the one time he was called a tiger. It's also the Punisher. I don't know about that. Granted, he does seem to like Marvel movies. He does seem to like Marvel movies. But Reiji's not a big fan of Marvel, so I don't know if he would attribute it to the Punisher. Like, the Punisher isn't exactly something to worship. He fucking sucks. A guy who dulls out his sense of justice. Fuck, it kind of fits. But just remember, Reiji doesn't really watch a whole lot of Marvel. So that's why, like, that's where the argument kind of falls apart a little bit. Like, he doesn't watch a whole lot of Marvel. He's not really into superheroes. He's mentioned it offhandedly, but he's not really into superheroes. Lately, he switched to a Marvel shirt. Didn't he call it Varvel? Like with a V? Varvel. Reiji hates Marvel. He doesn't hate Marvel. He just doesn't like what modern superhero movies are. He's just not a big fan of modern superhero movies. I think he's seen a decent amount of Marvel, and he thought they were good in the past, which is fair. They kind of were. But modern Marvel is pretty meh. At least the movies. They've slowly started to get some cool shit, but a lot of it is just kind of meh. I know he saw the new Superman movie and wasn't a huge fan of it. To me, the way he talked about it seemed like a bit of a misunderstanding. I think he kind of just didn't understand the nuance behind the history of Superman and the whole point of the movie. And he kind of attributed it a lot to Marvel. So that's just my opinion. I'm just spitballing. Nothing I'm saying I think is definitive. Yeah, I mean, there is some truth to it. You're not wrong. And there is clearly a reference to Marvel, but like, again, Marvel right now has become kind of jaded and boring. So it kind of fits Kibe quite well. Let's read some of the comments here, and then I might call it. I'm kind of tired. Sorry, gang. I'm a little beat today. Kazuya's development got to be the best thing in his mind. I don't know. It's a bit full of himself, but he can say he's a good feature with this. I believe it's. Yeah, I don't know if this is like full-on confidence. This isn't about being full of yourself. I just think he's not really. Something's wrong here. What he's saying seems right, but he's intentionally presented as childish. Right? When Kazuya says these words, this is the big part. There are times where Kazuya looks mature, and there are times where Kazuya looks childish. And I think the times Kazuya looks childish is very intentional by Reiji. In this particular case, this is definitely one of those instances where, right, so here he's absolutely full of himself. And here, when he says this line, even if Mizuhara rejects me, he looks pretty childish. You know? He looks kind of childish. So I just don't think, like, he's actually, like, it's not real confidence. What he's saying seems to make sense, but he looks like a kid. He thinks he's talking a big game, but he doesn't know what he's actually getting into. Why does DC? What about DC? Any DC references? I think it mirrors Chizuru from last chapter. Yes, it's supposed to be a flip, so I know what you're referring to. I said this too when we were reading the chapter. It's supposed to be a flip of this. Right, look at the way Chizuru looks here. They're literally like mirrors. Or inverted mirrors. Right? They're not the same, they're inverted mirrors. Right? Yeah. This shot even more so. Right? This shot again even more so. He looks like a kid here. And again, there's a bit of childishness to this. It's blurred, if you will. Blurred? What do you mean? Well, with Chizuru, there's no words. Not a single word is spoken by Chizuru. Here, there's a lot of words. There's plenty of words. He's saying a whole lot of shit here, right? Chizuru, you don't hear a thought. Kazuya is saying a whole lot of shit here. So they're kind of opposites. For Chizuru, she's trying to contact someone. For Kazuya, he's literally distancing himself from someone. He's disassociating from someone. Right? Oh, even if Chizuru rejects me, it's fine. I got this. So one is about like kind of him, whereas Chizuru is like not really seeing herself. Last chapter drawing lines. The chapter's lines become blurred. Oh, I think I see. But then there's literally lines drawn in the sky. Even though we see the moon, the sky... Dude, he keeps doing it. He keeps doing it. He keeps drawing the sky and having the fucking power lines cutting through it. Motherfucker keeps drawing the sky and having power lines cut through it. And guess what? You know what's so fucking interesting about this? You know what's so fucking interesting about this? Kazuya's goddamn phone case is cracked. Just as Kazuya's phone case is cracked and he's not seeing things clearly, so too is the fucking sky literally littered with power lines and we can't see it clearly. Right? Kazuya would die if Chizuru fully rejects him, and he shows absolutely nothing in his growth away from possibly being with Chizuru or showing any real self-esteem. I mean, current Kazuya, it's 100% like he would be in a terrible fucking place if something happened. Oh man, he would be. Oh man, way to just like. This is like, oh wow. This is like what fucking JoJo does, but like in reverse. It's like the opposite direction. It's like the opposite direction of, oh, we're missing the fucking point. She gets fully vulnerable in this panel. The tides are turning on her while Kazuya is in a realization of, if I felt like it, what if the arc won't show in a type of direction? I don't know what they're saying. Nice chapter. Kazuya thinks about himself, still using Chizuru as motivation. Is good. He's starting to do things for himself that are not entirely related to Chizuru. It's a good character development. And yet it's kind of also shallow. Isn't that weird? It's also nice seeing Chizuru and Kazuya communicate a bit like normal people, and to be honest, I'm glad the play will most likely not be shown. The last time they spend apart, the least time they spend apart, the better. No, I don't agree. This was going to Ruka's ghost Chizuru was obvious, but unlike some Kazuya-ness rubbing off Chizuru, even if she's still trying to frame her feelings as something not certain, come on Chizuru, even Kazuya stayed to get tired of this. All in all, nice slow chapter. Even more progress. Story isn't progressing at all. Chizuru is absolutely hesitating. Why do people think Chizuru is not hesitating? She is. She literally chickens out of talking to Ruka because she's not sure about her feelings. Oh boy. Man, Reiji got them people hook, line, sinker. Reiji got them people hook, line, sinker. Yeah, I think this chapter, in my opinion, plays into a lot of the individuality that a lot of men attribute with growth. I think that's the biggest mistake in this chapter. So many people are praising this shot. So many people are praising this shot as a good thing. And to me, it shows such a good understanding of the fundamental misunderstanding of masculinity that a lot of men have come to understand on social media. The shit that people will hear from like horrible people like what's his stupid face? Andrew Tate, or these people who just what's the thing that like people misattribute to? It's like this philosophy that they just fundamentally misunderstand. What's that philosophy that people think Andrew Tate is saying, but it's not actually it? What is it? Basically, like okay, once people figure it out, like once people tell me what it is, it's like, I think it's like stoicism. No, it's like stoicism, I think. Let me double check. Something like that. Yeah. So people are like, so the common misunderstanding that people have with like masculinity and being a man is stoicism. What they don't understand about this is that they attribute it with just, I'm in control, I'm strong, I'm powerful, I'm the alpha, I'm okay on my own, I don't need anyone else. That's not life. That's not what stoicism is. To me, it's a fundamental misunderstanding of that philosophy, and people are attributing it because they want to feel strong. A lot of people want to feel strong, and I think the way the few reactions that I've seen just going through Reddit perfectly reflect this. They think Kazuya is improving here, not understanding none of the things that he listed that he thinks he's gonna have, he's actually gonna have. You know? And I think this is a great example of this. You know? I think this is a great example of this. That people think Kazuya is improving, that he's changing. That's not happening. He's literally isolating and saying he's gonna have these things when he's not. You see it in the chapter. He's like, I'm gonna have my muscles. They literally disappear by the end of the chapter. These muscles you were seeing in the beginning, they're literally gone. He's like, I'm going to have my license. What if you don't even get it? What if you don't even get it? It just, poof, gone just like that. I'm going to have my job hunting. So you're going to have something anybody and everybody can do. So you can have job hunting. Not a job hunting. So you want to just job hunt forever? What's the point of muscles, job hunting, and a license if you don't have people you want to share it with? You don't have anybody else in your life. We're social creatures. We need other people. Yes, some people. I'm not saying you need a partner. I'm not saying you need like someone you fucking love and you have a romantic relationship with. I'm saying just people. Someone, anyone. Did you see Kazuya talk to anyone in this chapter? Did you notice that? Did Kazuya speak to a single human being in this chapter? It probably happened off screen, but Reiji intentionally removes it. For instance, when he's ordering food. Right? So when he's ordering food, he could have maybe talked to a person. But it's intentionally removed. He talks to Chizuru in the very end, and it's this curt, empty response with nothing going on. So the question becomes, what good are any of these things if you have no one to share it with? What good are any of this stuff if you don't connect to a single other human being? Right? Your life is going to feel empty. Cool, you're going to have these things, but share them with someone. Celebrate them. You know? When I get my license, I celebrate it with people. When I get a promotion with work, I celebrate with people. Even if I'm not crazy about it, I'm going to tell someone. I want someone to acknowledge it with. If I get ripped in exercise, like, I want to share it. Why do you think people share that stuff online? Right? People tell you, oh, just keep it to yourself. Like, oh, it's just something you should be proud of. And like, that's not fully true. You can contain that aspect, absolutely, but share it with people. If you want to celebrate your success, do so. But Kazuya doesn't want to celebrate his success. He's just like, I'm okay having these things, you know? But it's simply not true. I don't think he's actually okay with Chizuru rejecting him and thinking he's going to have these things. He's not. He's seeing half a truth. Yeah, he will have these things. They're not going to just poof out of existence. He's right. It's half a truth. It's not the full truth. The full truth being, he loses Chizuru and he's going to be sad. It's going to suck. And he's going to have less and less people to share these things with. Is Kazuya sharing this with anybody? Hey, look at the progress I made. Look at how good I'm doing. I'm proud of my work. Right? No one. No one knows this. He doesn't talk to Ruka. He doesn't talk to his family. He doesn't talk to his friends. He hasn't even said a word to Minnie. Minnie's the only one he could probably share this with. And he doesn't talk to her in this chapter. Chizuru is working on her play and she wants to share it but keeps stopping herself. At least Chizuru knows she wants to share this. Right? Kazuya thinks, oh, how will Chizuru react, and doesn't tell her. Right? He motivates himself, whereas Chizuru gets motivation from him. And I think that's a big problem. People are just like missing here. They're misunderstanding this idea that like all Kazuya having these things outside of Chizuru is good, not understanding he doesn't really even have these things. Because he's not sharing it with anyone. He's not celebrating it. It's just him alone. Why do you think so many people have a hard time working out on their own? Because they don't have really a whole lot of people to share it with. I know I dropped working out because I didn't really share it with anyone. I didn't care about it. Now I get it. I'm not saying you can't be passionate about these things. I'm just saying, you got a license. You're not gonna be like super passionate about that. If you're working out, you at least have someone to share it with. You know, if you get a job, you at least have someone to celebrate it with. Being alone is brutal, dude. And since this manga is so deeply rooted in modern day loneliness, I think that's really important that the focus is Kazuya thinking he has these things that he doesn't really have. And they're intentionally placed right next to his phone. I just think that's really tragic that this is what we attribute to having things left, you know, which I don't think he really does. I don't think so. I think he's kind of alone. You know, you do have your, when you die, the only thing you got your memories and the stuff you love, but I share the stuff that I love. I talk about it. I'm not alone in these things. I stream it with, okay, so here's a great example. Remember when I started Kingdom Hearts and I kind of just wanted to like initially just not keep streaming because we didn't really get anybody. I even said it on stream. I'm like, I don't feel like we're getting anybody. And I kept going anyway, right? It seems pretty illogical. Why do you think I did that? I had fun. I had fun with the people that were here. I was enjoying it. I shared it with you guys. Even though it was just a few people, I shared it with you guys, and it was fun. Toxic aestheticism? What's aestheticism? I don't think I've heard of that. But yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, I enjoyed doing these things because I was sharing them with people. It's an experience. And yes, it is your experience, but the experience sometimes expands past you. You know? This isn't to say you can't do things alone. But I think this is a misattribution of the things he thinks he will actually have. You know? This is a good first step in learning that, like, okay, he has things outside of Chizuru. Yes, those aren't those things. He's starting to ask the right questions for all the wrong reasons. You know, that's what I mean. Right question, wrong reason. You think this is delayed? What happened with the scene with mommy condom? True. That just disappeared. Fair. That just disappeared. It was so funny. It just went kaput. But I thought it would, specifically because of how the Umi thing was handled. You know? See, I don't even know if it's actually being delayed. I feel like there's a reason. There's a reason Reiji is presenting things the way that they are. I just don't know it yet. I have to see how the Ruka-Chizuru confrontation is going to happen to understand why it was delayed. There's a reason. I know there is. I just can't piece it together. I just don't know. It's a mystery. I have no fucking clue. I don't know why Reiji is doing it the way that he is. To me, the biggest indicator that I can possibly get so far is creating a high. The biggest reason I can get for the delay of the conversation between Ruka and Chizuru is to create a high. Kazuya seems like on a pretty good high. He seems pretty certain. Chizuru, we got some establishment of her feelings toward this and some hints that she's actually not ready to confront Ruka, while at the same time he's giving Chizuru a kind of high, a kind of boost. So it's like a high before the fall. You know, he's rising it a little so he can drop it harder. At least that's how I'm interpreting it. I could be wrong. If Chizuru makes it clear she loves Kazuya, Ruka has been very self-aware of her situation these last few chapters. If Chizuru makes her own feelings clear, then how can she keep getting in the way? It'll only be at her own peril. Except what if Ruka was okay with that? See, this is the problem with Ruka. You're underestimating her. This is the problem with Ruka. You're underestimating her. So let me finish this and I'll show you some good fucking proof. I just wish Reiji would rip the band-aid off and have Ruka and Kazuya break up. If he wants to keep milking the series, that's fine. But having Ruka finally exit the stage would be a tremendous step forward. That's not happening. This is it. Okay, here, I'm going to just tell this person, like, I don't think they'll ever watch this. I don't think they'll ever watch this. This is the problem with this mindset. You're looking at this like it's a normal rom-com, when this series is very actively anti-traditional rom-coms. It's like a lot of this story is very heavily critiquing rom-coms. Like, pretty straight up. Reiji has said this a few fucking times now. Like, you know, oh, most rom-coms, you just read them and it just fucking happens and they just fucking get together. And he's like, no, that's stupid. That's not how life works. So the problem is you just kind of want Ruka to exit the stage. That's not happening. This isn't that kind of story. She's not going to get that, like, the Hina treatment where, oh, they have their final thing and then it ends and then she just moves on with her life. Oh, good for her. And then she, you know, she lives her life, you know, great. That's not this series. This series is more like One Piece. It has inspirations from One Piece, but no. What's a good comparison? I'm not even sure what a good comparison would be because it's just not written traditionally. The problem is what I'm saying is I'm not sure I can find an immediate comparison, mostly because it's so unique in its own right. But the problem I'm seeing with this is specifically this comparison to other rom-coms, whether intentional or not. He doesn't specifically reference other rom-coms. Credit to this person, he's not referencing other rom-coms. His understanding of what is happening is referencing other rom-coms. His understanding of literature and how literature has functioned for a while and how relationships function is what he's attributing to this. You know, oh, just move on with this Ruka thing. Just get it over with. That's not the point. You can't just break up with Ruka. And I'm not saying that as like a stupid thing. I'm saying like that's not the point of what's going on with Ruka. What Ruka has with Kazuya is an incredibly toxic relationship that Chizuru is in some ways a part of. She did not make Ruka sexually assault Kazuya. However, she in many ways facilitated what happened between them. In particular, Chizuru is part of how the relationship started. There's a lot of things going on there that it's not just simply Ruka and Kazuya breaking up. There's a lot of messed up layers in all of this that require a deep level of self-reflection from all of the characters. So if they just broke up, it would be incredibly unsatisfying. In my opinion, if Ruka and Kazuya just broke up, it would be incredibly unsatisfying. I would actually be just straight up disappointed if it just randomly happens. Right? If Chizuru somehow triggers it after a talk and Ruka just breaks up with him, I would be so fucking disappointed. Because it would literally, like, this entire build-up for her character would go down the drain. All these character lessons and things for Ruka's character just go down the drain. What this arc is setting up is for Ruka to recognize how kind of a monster she's been. Now, this is where I get into this element of you're underestimating Ruka. And I think the best chapter that highlights this, bar none, right? The best chapter that highlights this, bar none, or best set of chapters, sorry, 399 to 401. Okay, so, I clicked on 398. Whoops. 399, right? Kazuya changes his hair. We have this big setup, this big build-up. Things are going in a positive direction. And who does Kazuya run into? Mommy. Oh, shit. Something's about to happen. Oh, fuck. You go to the next chapter. Mommy and Kazuya. People are still weary of Mommy. Mommy looks cute. Things seem a little weird. Nothing too crazy is happening. And then in the very end of it, Mommy asks him, do you still love me? Fucking bombshell of a question. That is an insane bombshell of a question. This gets addressed, so much can change. If this gets addressed, so much can change. You turn to the next page, and what happens? It doesn't get addressed. Mommy just leaves. What the fuck? So, Mommy seemed like the big crazy fucking threat. You're like, shit, something crazy is going to happen. But you forgot about someone in all of this. And so did Kazuya. Who did he forget? That's right, his girlfriend, Ruka. Ruka asks him a pretty innocent question. I just want to spend the day at your place. What does Kazuya say? That's unlike you. As usual, she's very direct. While she's visiting my place all the time back in the Royal Hills, I guess it's pretty unnatural that I haven't invited her to my new place. If Ruka-chan suspects something and starts making a scene, then everything I've got going with Mizuhara will fall apart. Right? I just gotta keep quiet, stay vigilant, keep my guard up. Except he literally just opened his door to a tiger. Or more accurately, he let the fox into his den. Because she's literally a fox. Now, I'm not a big fan of this person, but to quote the movie, I think it's like Darkest Hour, something like that. It's pretty much has Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill says a line I vibe with so fucking hard. I don't like this man. He's a terrible fucking human being. I don't like this man. But he says a line that goes pretty fucking hard. You can't reason with a tiger when your head is in its mouth. He opened his door to Ruka and let her in. He underestimated her. He thought she was just a little kid, right? He thought she was just a little kid. You think she's just a little kid. Your deepest mistake in all of this was thinking that Mommy was going to be the problem. The deepest mistake in all of this was thinking Mommy was going to be the problem. And what happens? Ruka shows up. What happens? Ruka shows up. And what happens after that? Everything goes to fucking hell. Right? And it happens literally when Ruka is in Kazuya's house. Right? It happens in this chapter. What's going on in this chapter? Most of this chapter is Kazuya just very much underestimating Ruka. Right? He's checking her legs. He's acting normal. She comes up to him. Oh, she's just a cute girlfriend. She's not going to do anything. Oh, man, I feel bad about her and all that. Look at her. She's just a cute kid. She's just a cute, adorable kid. Oh, she's so adorable. Look at her rocking around like a kid. She gives him this gift. Oh, look at her ribbons drop when she feels sad. She's so cute. She's such a good kid. Oh, look at that smile. It's fucking adorable. That smile is goddamn adorable. Most innocent thing in the fucking universe. Kazuya wants to work. She's so understanding. She lets him work. She doesn't judge. She's really supportive. She gives him a birthday gift. God, what a good girlfriend. And then when she gets close and he asks her to step away, she steps away. She keeps her distance. Man, she's so respectful. And then the lights are off. The curtains are closed. What the hell? Where'd she go? What's going on? It's just, Kazuya says, compared to before, she's been pretty laid back lately. She's been acting more like a cute, devoted girlfriend. It's just that Mizuhara is too amazing. Ruka-chan's already the kind of girl everyone would be jealous of. Right? Mizuhara is just too amazing. He's literally spelled out the problem. Mizuhara is too amazing. That's why I want to be with her. Not because she's the person I really want to spend my time with. And it's not about her being amazing and Ruka being a little less than. And suddenly Ruka walks in. Fucking excuse me? Tone completely shifts. Look at her positioning. Where is she? She's literally above him. How do we start this chapter? That's right. That's right. It's like Kazuya is above her. She's the good housewife working. She sits below him. Oh, look at the cute, adorable girl, except he was never in control. The moment she walked into his house, he took off his gold list. He was never in control. She was always in control. She crouched down and pet him like a puppy. Who's actually in control here? When the chapter ends, the roles completely reverse, and suddenly you don't understand anything. You've underestimated her. She was the one in control this whole time. You thought she was weak. She's just a cute, small little girl. She's not going to fucking do anything. Ruka's a cute, small little girl. She's not going to do anything. You underestimated her. That was your mistake. And it fucking cost you. How does the chapter end? Kazuya is in literally the corner of his house. He's been pushed to the literal corner of the end of his house. As she sits in front of him. Who's actually in control here? You've underestimated her. You let her into your 10. Now you have no control. And what does she proceed to do? What does Ruka proceed to fucking do? She looks desperate. That desperation is dangerous. Kazuya tries to run out. She says, don't go. Right? Isn't it literally like she's putting on the I'm scared and I'm weak act? Whether she intended to or not, Ruka is a little kid here, right? Ruka is a little kid here. But what happened to Kazuya? Oh, he saw the puppy dog eyes. He saw the cat like making its eyes like the cat looks really sad. But it's a fucking tiger. Dude, you have a predator in your house. And you were so busy feeling bad that she ended up taking advantage and literally mounting your ass. Some people find this hot. She literally slams onto him. Who's actually in control here? The dude or the little girl? The dude or the little girl? Look at him just lying there. Look at the mess. Look at the clutter. It's like you're literally peeking behind something. It's like the framing of this is like you're seeing something you shouldn't be seeing. Right? It's like you're seeing something you shouldn't be seeing here. And then no shot better visually depicts like what I mean here. Oh, this is censored. Okay, I'll show the uncensored version. No shot better depicts this than what's shown here. Who's actually in control here? The small little girl who can't do anything, or the big man? Look at the size difference. You keep underestimating her. That is your mistake, and that is why you can't see the reality, because she's a small little girl who's just very timid and shy, and she wants to have sex, and she likes her boyfriend. You can't see that she's actually in control here. And the big, strong man that you attribute to masculinity can't fucking do anything. That is the problem. And that it narratively continues as an element. You're overestimating Umi and you're underestimating Ruka. That is literally, in my opinion, what's happening. Umi as a character is someone everyone keeps overestimating. They keep thinking he's bigger than he is. Whereas with Ruka, you keep thinking she's small, she's weak, and she's just gonna fade out of fucking existence. And yet she clings. She holds on. She will never fucking let go. Whereas Umi got a final no and got fucked off. You're underestimating Ruka. She is a lot more destructive than you realize. And her purpose in the story is not simply to be the second girl who just ups and disappears. The entire existence of Ruka's character has been antithetical and oftentimes a criticism of the second girl. Ruka is literally the second girl. She knows it, and she actively denies it. Her existence as a character is to deny her role. That is Ruka's character. It is to deny her role. Because she feels insecure about not having something. So she actively seeks it. Kazuya is hella bigger than Ruka. He can take control. That's what it looks like. Exactly. That's the framing. It's tricking you. And yet what happens in the chapter? Who's in control? Look at Kazuya saying, I'm frozen. I can't move. Look at this shot. Look at how this goes into this. And then it's like he shuts down. Look at how it goes from here. From this to just... It's like static. He shuts down. Who is in control? Who mounts who? Who is on top of the other? Who is fighting and who can't even resist? Look at this. He can't even do anything. He's just frozen. And he's just there, lying down. He's not even doing anything. Who is in control? The framing intentionally messes with you. The framing and presentation intentionally messes with you. Because he looks bigger, because he looks stronger, you think he can do something. Your misunderstanding is that this character can do something. He can't do anything. All these muscles, all his build, his size, it meant nothing. Because he doesn't have control. She does. She's in control. And that is incredibly dangerous. Whether in a relationship or for any other reason. That is very, very dangerous. And so this is the thing that I think that person that we were reading their post earlier did without realizing. They think Ruka is just the second girl of any other manga. This is a misattribution. You have fundamentally misunderstood Ruka's character. She's not just the second girl of any other manga that confesses and is rejected and their relationship breaks up and they move on. That is not the situation. Ruka is going to cook Chizuru really hard. I think every character is going to be cooked in some way, including Ruka. Ruka needs to realize she's become a monster. And to do that, I think what Reiji is doing is she is gonna be okay with being a monster. she's gonna do something to hurt their relationship. She's gonna attempt it. I think that's very possible. Ruka's gonna attempt to hurt the relationship, and in so doing, realize what she's become. And at the very least, start the process of realizing what she's done to Kazuya. If anything, I think in trying to cook Chizuru, Ruka's going to cook herself. But yes, I think we're all severely underestimating Ruka, and I think in some ways Chizuru kind of is too. Because she thinks she just needs to apologize to Ruka and she needs to face Ruka, not realizing what she actually needs to confront about Ruka. I think if Ruka tells her what she actually did, Chizuru will realize she's been underestimating her. And that this is a deeper wars problem that involves Chizuru herself as well as Ruka. So what Ruka would do to Chizuru is make Chizuru realize not only what she did to Kazuya, but what Ruka has been doing and how Chizuru has fundamentally misunderstood what she needs to do with Ruka. She thinks she needs to apologize. There is a much bigger problem at play here. There is a much, much bigger problem at play here than just apologizing and Ruka breaking up with Kazuya. There is a pattern of abuse, of hurting this person, of like being so insecure in yourself that you hurt another person, and that is a reflection of Chizuru herself. That Chizuru's insecurities hurt Kazuya in the 3-month time skip. In that same way, Kazuya's insecurities facilitated Chizuru's insecurities. I will always stand by this, that Kazuya facilitated the 3-month time skip. Chizuru ghosted him, he facilitated it. And that is a pattern that is all interconnected between these characters, where they've all been harming each other as a parallel to Mami, who hurt everyone else. Right? Mami made them all hurt each other. But she didn't particularly... Well, she kind of actually did start everything, now that I think about it. It all started with Mami. Mami hurt Kazuya, so he went and met Chizuru. Because Kazuya met Chizuru, Ruka met him. And in turn, the cycle continues. Right? Mami created a cycle of pain. Right? Mami's actions created a cycle of pain. And it resulted in hurt people hurting each other, despite the fact that they were connected before. So I think that's a big factor here. That, like, Mami is the central crux of this. Like, she needs to see how her actions hurt people, just as these people connected together, ironically, also because of Mami, in a positive way. There's a positive element that is rooted here, but all we're seeing is the positive. We're not seeing the negative, and Ruka is a much bigger problem than we realize, right? We're so busy underestimating Ruka as just the cute secondary girl. She should just be with him, not realizing how she's done some genuinely heinous shit. And I think the framing here and what Ruka does here tells me everything I need to know about how Reiji understands the situation. Because he actively, consistently frames Ruka like she's dangerous and like she's a predator. And I don't mean that in the sense of like a sexual assaulting person. I mean the sense of like a predator, like an animal predator. You know, like literally, Kazuya literally wears. What do we see here? We'll show you next chapter. What does Kazuya see when Kazuya takes off his boxers? Right? What do the boxers look like? They look like bunnies. The rabbit let the fox into its den, thinking it's another rabbit. Because it had ears. She literally has ribbons that look like ears. So Kazuya let a fox into its den, thinking it's a rabbit. Right? So to me, Reiji fundamentally understands this. The framing here, by any metric, makes Ruka look dangerous. Ruka looks fucking scary here. And yet at the same time, she's also just this sad, lonely kid. Even a sad, lonely kid can be dangerous. And that's the problem. It's the same with children. It's literally kind of the same with children. Look, if you want to talk to a kid, stop underestimating them. Try to treat them like an adult. You know, try to talk to them like they're on your level. And they'll listen to you. Because you underestimate them and they'll start doing things you do not like. Do not underestimate kids. Just as that is the mistake Kazuya made here. He underestimated Ruka and it resulted in this escalation that went far too high. So I think that's a big thing to understand here. Kazuya is underestimating Ruka. She's a kid, so naturally she reacts. It kind of feels bad for Ruka and Kazuya both. It is. It sucks for everyone. It absolutely sucks for fucking everyone. Like this is just sucky for everyone. When seeing Chizuru's glasses being half, it kind of represents the chapter of seeing things half and not full. So let's see when she says that, right? So let's see when Chizuru says that. I think maybe I'll make that like the last thing we do, and I'll call it for now. Okay, so right here, half the glasses. So not only is Chizuru in shadows, she's seeing half the picture. Not only is Chizuru in shadows, she's seeing half of the picture. There's a whole lot going on here. What if she answered or called me back? How would I even apologize to her? I don't think there's any chance she forgives me. Nothing I say makes any sense. I don't think there's any chance she forgives me. Nothing I say makes any sense. Wait, that line's kind of written weird. Wait. Okay, I think I kind of get part of this. Okay, I think I understand part of this. One, what she's describing is about Mommy. If Mommy called Chizuru, would Chizuru ever forgive her? What did Chizuru say during the date? I can't ever forgive Mommy. Or I can't bring myself to forgive Mommy. This is part one. There's a second part. So I think that's the part where she's in shadows. The half-truth being that maybe Ruka won't forgive her, but what about Chizuru? Would Chizuru ever forgive Ruka for what she did? I'm not sure if that's the full picture. Let me ask Crumpy. You're right. Let me ask Crumpy. You're right. For the page with Chizuru's being cut in half, what does she say? Chizuru wants to solve all the problems by apologizing and not taking action. But Ruka is the opposite. Ruka never apologizes and solves all of her problems, forcing her actions onto others. That's kind of true. Chizuru wants to solve all of the problems, apologizing and not taking action. But in calling Ruka, is she not taking action? In calling Ruka, is she not taking action? If anything, that feels more like Kazuya. Granted, she is becoming Kazuya, so there is a parallel there. But I don't know. I feel like Chizuru is taking action. She just doesn't know what action to take. Ruka is the opposite. Ruka never apologizes and solves all of her problems by forcing her actions onto others. I can kind of see that. Well, except she did apologize in her head to Kazuya. That was like one of the first times Ruka actually apologized. Yeah, she did apologize like 2 chapters ago in her head. Yeah, she kept saying, I'm sorry, Kazuya. She just doesn't realize what she's apologizing for. So Ruka is already starting to apologize, but she doesn't quite realize what she apologized for. Chizuru is at the very least starting to become aware of like what's going on here. No, I think there's truth to what you're saying, but there's just like a bit of nuance that's kind of missing. I think if you remove the not taking action part from Chizuru's statement, it makes more sense. Chizuru wants to solve all of the problems by apologizing. I can agree to that 100%. But she is taking action. It's just not like action in regards to Kazuya. No. There's a different caveat with Chizuru. It's not taking action. There's a different caveat. Ruka is the opposite. Ruka never apologizes and solves all of her problems, forcing her actions onto others. No, something feels like it's missing. I'm just not sure. I don't think there's any chance she forgives me. It's this line. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this line. Nothing I say makes any sense. What does that mean? Nothing I say makes any sense? What does she mean? Like, nothing she's saying in her head makes sense, or nothing she'll say to Ruka will make sense? Or maybe, oh, that could play directly into what Chizuru was saying before, where she thought she was becoming weird. That could be connected to that. Chizuru thinks she's becoming weird. So this line connects to that. That makes some sense. Right? She's like, oh, I don't understand why I'm acting like this. I'm becoming weird. So that could connect to that. Exactly. Romantic actions would be more accurate. Okay. I could see romantic actions. No, it feels like there's something else. I don't know. Like, there's some truth to Chizuru not taking some actions. Absolutely. I'm not going to pretend like that's not real. But she's taking actions in other things. If anything, not taking action seems more fitting of Kazuya's character. It's like they're taking action, but they're not. Maybe the correct actions. Chizuru wants to solve all of her problems apologizing and doesn't recognize the correct action to take. Ruka is the opposite. Ruka never apologizes and solves all of her problems by forcing her incorrect actions onto other people. I think that's a more complete way of saying it. Right? She doesn't realize the correct action she needs to take. She's taking the wrong actions. Ruka forces the wrong actions onto other people. But in so doing, leads to the correct choice that we must ultimately make. Right? In Ruka doing the wrong thing, it results in the characters learning what they need to do. In Ruka doing the wrong things, it makes the characters confront what they actually need to do. She's a dark mirror. Ruka is pretty much a dark mirror of their desires, right? It reflects the deep things they desperately want themselves. So I think it makes a lot of sense. So for Kazuya, Ruka represents his deep sexual desires. For Chizuru, Ruka represents her deep insecurities. In particular, her insecurities around her feelings for Kazuya. I don't like this. I actually feel relieved. Yeah, why do you feel relieved? It's like you're interacting with someone who hurt you. It's like you're interacting with someone who hurt you because Ruka fucking abused her. The reason Chizuru doesn't realize why she's scared. She's scared because Ruka fucking hurt her. It's really scary to confront your abuser. Both Ruka and Mommy hurt Chizuru. So Chizuru feels relieved, and she says, "I don't like that I feel relieved," because she's like, "Oh, I need to talk to her," not realizing why she feels relieved. She's scared of her. That's not a good thing. But it also reflects the reality of how dangerous Ruka is. I think Chizuru's body subconsciously knows it's afraid of Ruka. Right? Chizuru's body doesn't underestimate her. What if she answered or called me back? How could I even apologize to her? Oh, that's what I mean about seeing half the truths. Okay. On one hand, Chizuru isn't okay. I think I pieced it together. Chizuru is in shadows because she doesn't realize how this parallels how she feels about Mommy. She isn't aware of that, so she's in shadows. She sees half the truth because she wants to forgive Ruka. She wants Ruka to forgive. She doesn't think Ruka would ever forgive her, not realizing she should be the one who probably shouldn't forgive Ruka. She sees half the truth, right? Ruka would never forgive her, but would you ever forgive Ruka? She sees half the truth. There we go. She's in shadows about one thing because she has no fucking clue. Right? She doesn't know. Just as right here, she doesn't realize she feels relieved specifically because Ruka hurt her. Here, she doesn't realize how there's a parallel between Mommy and her, and she only sees half the truth specifically because would she ever forgive Ruka? If anything, she should be the one who should be in the position of forgiving because Ruka's been the one hurting her. So she only sees half the truth. Nothing I say makes any sense. We have to understand the deep nuance of this line. But that could also explain the element of not seeing the full truth because that's literally on the other side, just as the glass is cut on that area. So she literally doesn't see why nothing she says makes sense. It's vague, right? The vagueness seems kind of the point. Yeah. There is definitely a strange vagueness, but there is something underneath it that should make a lot of sense once we piece it together. There is something there. I just need to recognize what this line actually says, if it's actually just nothing makes sense, or if there's something a little more there. Kazuya wearing not a Playboy underwear does it mean anything? Yeah, we talked about it before. It's horniness. There was something more to it, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Chizuru is taking action. She tried to call Ruka and apologize. She just doesn't understand her actions. Right? There's a parallel between Ruka and Chizuru in that they both don't really understand their actions, but Ruka has a bit of understanding of what she's doing, whereas Chizuru fully knows. I think Ruka is starting to realize what she's doing, kind of like Chizuru is. There's a really interesting parallel between these two characters. They're so similar yet so different. I think that's literally kind of the best ways to write characters is to show how similar they really are and yet how different they are. It both introduces individuality and commonality. Okay. I think I'm gonna probably end it here. I gotta get ready for my mom to come home. Seems like she worked a full day today, so I don't want to stream while she's here. Let me see if Tundere here said anything. A room that seems to be Chizuru's new place appears briefly. Huh. I wonder where it is. Yesterday I was tired, so I thought I'd head back to 7 a.m. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Patrick Stewart retired from acting. But didn't he say that before? Okay. There's not much here, fortunately. So what can you do? All right, gang, I think. Are you streaming tomorrow? Yes, but it's probably going to be a game stream. Did you watch the anime about drug addict cat girls, chain smoker cat? It's okay. I probably can't because it looks really fucking gross. I've seen clips of it and it just disgusts me. I'm just not interested. You can see the fucking. Where is it? I thought the advertisement was here for it. It's right here. It's right here. It has a manga. It just no. I'm sorry. I'm just not interested. It looks so gross. I'm trying to get more back into anime. Right now, I'm just catching up to Baki. I'm at the Musashi arc. They killed my favorite character. They killed my favorite fucking character. I'm so mad. They killed my favorite fucking character. I'm so upset. Like, fuck, man. Killed my favorite fucking character. But yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just not interested in the chain smoker cat. Just, ugh. I think I'll pass. I got asthma because of my grandpa's smoke. Well, no, it wasn't because of my grandpa's smoking. No, I had pneumonia. That's why I got asthma. Never mind. Well, the smoking. So I just don't like smoking because of my asthma. Anyways, I just don't like smoking. Smoking sucks, so I'm just not interested. Yeah, sorry, I'm just not interested in Chainsmoker Cat. It's not for me. Press F for Jules. Did you get hacked, Goku? The roles are starting to switch. Ruka about starting to apologize for everything she has done, and Chizuru should take the initiative for once and stop letting Kazuya do everything for her. Partial yes. Partial yes. Again, a bit of bias is showing there. You're not incorrect. There's just a little more to Chizuru. Not 100% sure what. Chizuru taking more initiative and not apologizing for what she's doing. Right? Maybe Chizuru taking initiative and learning more about Kazuya. Being direct about learning more about Kazuya, I think makes more money. Makes more sense. Just save that and bring it up next time. Save that and bring it up next time. Just fucking save it somewhere and bring it up next time. And we'll get into it. I can't believe they made an anime about McDonald's customers before GTA 6. Customers? Not employees? Customers? That's weird. What a weird thing to make. Also, fuck GTA 6. Sorry for GTA 6 fans. Fuck GTA 6. Literally pave the path for the stupid non-digital shit. Or sorry, digital shit. I also just don't like Rockstar as a company. All of it is just crunch work and treating their employees like crap, so I just can't appreciate the games. I caught up to One Piece and 100 Girlfriends just started to, and Rentero's dating his cousin. Wow, okay. They're just committing to the meme, I guess. Okay, they're just committing to the meme. No, it's a new feature to give money. Bro, you sound like a scam. Bro, you sound like a scam. That sounds like a fucking scam. I just realized Kazuya's underwear is black now. Did it start black? Oh no, he was wearing shorts. Oh my god, these are the shorts Minnie wears. It couldn't be any more in your face. It's literally the shorts Minnie wears when she's in his place. Goku, why do you sound like a scam now? Okay. So I think I'm going to stop here, gang. Sorry. I gotta focus on other things. I gotta take care of my mom. You can check, bro. Hey, I don't want to press these buttons and weird shit happens. Anyways, I'll check it later. Don't worry about it. See you guys later. Bye-bye. Have a good day. I'm going to go eat, relax, take it easy, and switch off.